us the grace to respect each other this day in all our consultations, that our deliberations of today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us the mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor thy name in all we do, think, and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's affirm. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Session is called to order. In absentia, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Leader of Official Opposition, honorable members. Firstly, it is my extreme honor and privilege to bring to your attention of the House that in terms of Rules 67 of our Standing Rules and Orders, all members of the Assembly, upon being sworn in as members, must declare their financial interests as required in terms of Code of Conduct and are obliged to adopt the principles of the Code by signing the Declaration of Members' Financial Interest. Subject to Rule 65 of the Standing Rules and Orders, the first declaration must be made within 30 days of being sworn in as members of Parliament. Therefore, it means that these forms must be submitted to the Acting Secretary's office on or before Wednesday, the 30th of April, the year of 2025. The forms will be distributed shortly. It is just to take note that in terms of that, all of us are required to hand in those forms on the 30th or before that. 2, it is also important to note, as per Rule 67, subclause 4, that after the first declaration, members must annually declare particulars of their registrable interests on or before 30th of April each year. So going forward, every year, on or before, it is our duty and responsibility to make sure that we submit the registrable financial interest on that particular date. 2, on a very sad note, we have come to learn about the passing of Ms. Rebecca Matias, who is a niece of Honorable Festus Matias, during this past weekend. The House, from the Deputy Speaker and the members, wishes Honorable Matias and his entire family our heartfelt condolences and all the strength to overcome the loss of the beloved one. I said what? Oh, let me repeat. On a sad note, rather, we have come to learn about the passing of Ms. Rebecca Matias, a niece of Honorable Festus Thomas, during this past weekend. The House wishes Honorable Thomas and his entire family our heartfelt condolences and all strength to overcome their loss. Master Thomas is a member of Parliament and is Bishop, effectively known as Bishop. Thank you. But take note, it's about a sad note, so let's also extend that courtesy. Yeah. Lastly, in the meeting held yesterday, the 15th of April, the year 2025, with the Chief Whips, and as alluded earlier yesterday during the proceedings at the beginning, with all different political heads that are in the Assembly, there was a proposal that the House, as for tomorrow, rearrange the sitting time from tomorrow, the 17th of April, from 9 o'clock to 12:30 to accommodate the members who are traveling. I so wish and seek the concurrence of the House so that we take note of the time change. Are we in agreement? Okay, so decided. Thank you very much. Any petitions? Any other reports and papers? Notices of questions? Honorable Venani. And Honorable Festus Thomas.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the day of the Lord, Thursday, 24th April, the year of the Lord 2025, I shall ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Elia Shitunagurare, the following. It is a cornerstone of good corporate governance, both in Namibia and further afield, that boards of state-owned enterprises retain the autonomy to appoint executive leadership through transparent, competitive and merit-based processes. The Namibian Code of Corporate Governance, amongst others, as well as the Public Enterprises Governance Act, explicitly advocate for the minimization of political interference in state-owned enterprises governance, especially in the appointment of chief executive officers. However, recent developments at the MidCo operation of Namibia, MidCo suggest a concerning departure from these corporate governance principles and tenets. The Cabinet's decision to overturn the interim board resolution not to renew the contract of former CEO Mr. Mutombe Mulima Mushokobanji, followed by a directive from the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform and all other matters incidental thereto, suspend the ongoing recruitment process and reinstate Mr. Mushokobanji, raises serious concerns about executive overreach and the disregard to established corporate governance protocols and tenets. This is particularly concerning considering MidCo's underperformance under the leadership of Mr. Mushokobanji's leadership, including report losses of up to 4 billion due to underselling exports and raising operational debts exceeding 300 million. I therefore ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister the following. Honourable Prime Minister, are you aware of these developments at MidCo? And if so, could you explain why the Cabinet saw it fit to override the decision of MidCo duly appointed interim board, which by legal mandate holds the authority to appoint or dismiss the CEO, in favour of reinstating Mr. Mulima Mushokobanji? 2. Does the Cabinet interference in this recruitment process not constitute a direct violation of the Namibian Code and the Public Enterprises Governance Act, both of which promote board-level autonomy in executive appointments to avoid political manipulation? 3. On what legal basis did the Minister of Agriculture, who is entering the House, instruct MidCo to suspend its CEO recruitment process and reinstate a former executive, given that such decisions fall squarely under the purview of the board? 4. What message does this precedent send to other state-owned enterprises about the role of boards if their authority can be so easily overturned by political directives? 5. Is the Prime Minister concerned that this kind of executive interference may deter competent professionals from applying for leadership positions in state-owned enterprises due to a lack of procedural transparency and job security? 6. Under Mr. Mushokobanji's leadership, MidCo allegedly and reportedly recorded massive losses due to poor pricing strategies and accrued unsustainable debts. What key performance indicators did the Cabinet consider before deciding to reinstate the said gentleman? Lastly, Prime Minister, is the Prime Minister not concerned that such political intervention in the appointment of a CEO at a financially distressed state-owned enterprises poses a risk to investor confidence and the broader credibility of Namibia's public enterprise reform agenda. I so submit. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I further give notice that on the same day, Thursday, 24th April, the year of the Lord 2025, I shall ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister Elia Ngurare the following. Honourable Prime Minister, the Popular Democratic Movement has consistently advocated for transparency and accountability in the management of public funds. A significant concern has been the August 26 holding company, a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Defence and Veterans Affairs, which has not publicly released its audited financial statement since its establishment in 1998. In a meeting between myself and the former President, President Nangolo Mbumba, on July 2024, it was disclosed that although the Office of the Auditor General had completed a forensic audit of August 26, the findings were still under review and had not been made public. This delay in transparency raises concerns about the commitment of good governance and the public's right to access information on the utilization of taxpayers' funds. I therefore ask the Prime Minister the following. 1. What specific steps has the current administration taken to ensure the public release of the August 26 holding company audited financial statements, and what is the anticipated timeline for their publication? 2. Considering that the forensic audit was completed and on the desk of the former President, can you provide a detailed explanation as leader of government business in the House for the prolonged delay in making this finding accessible to the public? 3. Given the strategic importance of August 26 in Namibia's defense sector, how does the government plan to address any potential concerns that may arise from the audited findings to maintain public trust and confidence? And lastly, will the government consider extending the mandate of the Auditors General to include comprehensive oversight of all subsidiaries under August 26 to ensure thorough accountability across its entire operations? I so submit. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I shall ask the Minister, I give notice that I shall ask the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, the Honourable Matias, the following. In November 2024, the Communications Regulatory Authority of Namibia, CRAN, issued a cease and desist order to Starlink, a satellite internet services owned by an American company called SpaceX, for operating without the required telecommunications license. Despite Starlink's application for such a license being under review, CRAN determined that the company was conducting operations illegally within the Namibian jurisdiction, given the potential implications of Starlink's operations on Namibia's telecommunications landscape, which include issues of regulatory compliance and market competition. It is imperative to assess the viability of Starlink operations within the existing legal and regulatory frameworks. I therefore ask the Honourable Minister the following. Honourable Minister, can you provide an update on the status of Starlink's application for a telecommunications service license in Namibia? 2. Could the Minister outline the specific criteria and processes that are being considered in the evaluation of the said application? 3. In light of the cease and desist order issued by CRAN last year, what measures have been taken to ensure that Starlink complies with Namibia's governing legislation in respect of the telecommunications sector and other relevant regulations before any potential approval of its operations? Considering the high demand for Starlink's services in rural and undeserved area, what steps is the Ministry taking to balance the promotion of new technologies with the protection of local service providers and the enforcement of regulatory standards? 5. What is the Ministry's position on the requirement for local ownership and control of telecommunications service providers, and how does this align with Starlink's operational model and its request for an exemption from such requirements? And lastly, Honourable Minister, in your considered opinion, what is the viability of Starlink's full operationalization within Namibia's jurisdiction? I so submit. Honourable Deputy Speaker, lastly, I hereby give notice
that on the day of the Lord, Thursday, 24th of April, the year of the Lord 2025, I shall ask too much. We are doing our work, and I am very experienced.
Honorable Senior, you can't be interrupted by that. What?
I'm just starting.
Yeah.
The fires are coming.
You are eating up on time.
You won't take it. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the light, and let me just take a drink. These people are just... I shall ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Water and Land Reform. I did not ask him, I asked the Prime Minister. The Honorable Dr. McAlpert, I thought it was McHenry. McAlpert Hengari the following. Welcome to the House. The Namibia Industrial Development Agency, NIDA, has invested approximately 1 billion in constructing 148 industrial parks and businesses complexes across Namibia. However, only 118 of these facilities are operational. The remaining 30 are largely inactive, often due to tenants failing to meet rental obligations, which hampers ability to maintain and complete these projects in some areas. These idle facilities have become sites for illicit activities such as drug use and vandalism. Additionally, several agro-processing projects under NIDA's management have faced significant challenges. The garment factory at Ngurenkuru, inaugurated in 2020, remains non-operational due to management inefficiency and a lack of technical expertise. Similarly, the Ondangwa tannery has been inactive for over a decade, with equipment deteriorating from disuse. The Manyea Crocodile Leather Processing and Training Center in Zambezi, constructed in 2015, has been on hold since 2018, and the biomass project near Shuarongo has not commenced due to the departure of its primary investors during the COVID-19 pandemic. These dormant projects have been labeled wild elephants by lawmakers who attribute their failure to poor planning, weak policies, and inadequate coordination. For instance, the biomass project was criticized for lacking proper documentation and inventory, with equipment still sealed in containers without delivery records. Financially, NIDA has faced difficulties reporting a loss of 102 million for the 2024 financial year. Despite an increase in total assets, the agency's liabilities have more than doubled, indicating growing financial strain. This situation raises concerns about NIDA's capacity to manage and complete its projects effectively. I therefore ask the Honourable Minister, Dr. Mekengari, the following. Can the Minister detail the governance structures currently in place to ensure that capital projects under NIDA Fairview undergo rigorous feasibility studies and cost-benefit analysis before implementation? 2. What mechanisms exist to hold project implementers accountable for non-performance? 3. What performance evaluation frameworks are being used to assess the effectiveness and sustainability of agro-processing and industrial initiatives under NIDA? 4. Given NIDA's reported operational loss of 102 million and its increasing liability, what steps is the Ministry taking to stabilize the agency financial position and ensure the sustainability of its operations? 5. What measures are currently in place to secure dormant or idle infrastructure developed by NIDA? Has the Ministry quantified the cost of vandalism and asset deterioration due to prolonged inactivity? 6. What is the Ministry plan to rehabilitate or repurpose the 30 dormant industrial parks and business units? Can the Minister provide a list of these projects, their current status, and whether any funds have been allocated for their revitalization in the 2025-26 fiscal year? 7. With reference to the Ngurenkuru Garment Factory, Ondangwa Tannery, and Manyeha Crocodile Leather Center, all of which remain inactive, can the Minister explain the root causes of these failures? Were these projects informed by market demand, assessment, and local value chain analysis? These are the questions to the Minister I so submit.
Please table the questions. Okay, just before I give Honorable Festus, maybe just as a guiding and also for ease for the presiding officers, the time allocation is as per contributions. And if we keep our interventions spasmodic, I'm sure it will tremendous impact on the proceedings of the House. So if members, the chief whips, know that there are questions, I'm sure just to extend the House, then we are not able to encroach on the deliberations of the next day or excluding other members. It's just, I'm saying the chief whips should maybe in future look at it. But if you ask questions during committee stage, there is no hindrance in terms of time. We will be forced to complete the agenda of the day regardless of the time we spend on the questions. But when we ask questions during this, I'm just suggesting it will be best, prudent and fair that we at least extend the sitting time so that we accommodate the business of the day. Because now we have taken close to 20 minutes, and that impacts on the next person. I was just saying, in future going forward, we should be able, if we know during the budget time, that the chief whips come and then agree just to extend the House. I so move. Honorable Festus. Yeah.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
It's a question.
It's a notice of question.
Okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I shall give notice that on Thursday, April 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Urban and Rural Development and the Civic Affairs, Honorable James Sangwasha, the following. Is that the correct one? Honorable Minister, Namibia statistics indicate that approximately 95% of the population identify as a Christian. I hope it includes the traditional leaders who are dealing with our cultural matters. But why are they at war fighting the churches? They reject the church in Namibia, despite the fact that they belong to the same religious belief. They dishonor the Constitution. If it's not the case, they are in a business of translated the Constitution outside the mere fact. They need serious assistance to understand Article 102(5) of the Constitution. I always remind them that Namibia is not at war with itself, but rather fight the war based on the matter of the national building for a total emancipation of our resources. As we are rejecting tribalism, corruption, abuse of human rights, because this violation is slow harm, and if it is a low harm, then is what we call a criminal act against the innocent citizens of this country. Such crime is detrimental to the Namibian people, and it's damaging the future of socio-economic development and social welfare of this country. Honorable Minister, on August 15, 2015, the Namibian people learned with a deep shock of a letter by the traditional leaders in Oshiwambo. Meaning the overpopulation of revival churches among our nation. This is the indication that religious discrimination in Namibia is alive and well. In addition, the letter stated that Namibia, during this time around, has numerous religious beliefs, of which are strongly misleading the nation. Further, they make a serious, unfounded allegation against the Holy Church, alike a nominalisms. By starting saying the church are destroying the piece of livelihood need to be uprooted without specifying where the event occurs and which church is that. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, the church cannot destroy peace of livelihoods. Perhaps human beings in the church can do. There are the serious allegations they make against...
It's a question, honorable members. Just listen, it's a question. It's a short question and a long question. Yeah. Continue, honorable member.
Yes. There are the serious allegations they make against the Holy Spirit, which I am disagreed with unless proven otherwise. My question to ask, they say the church totally, their followers and the treatment that they should stop taking their medications. They say further, the church encourages children to just pray, and those with sinners must be saved, so the sin can be perished. Children should not respect their parents because they are dirty and have not been redeemed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, even a person with a little intellectual cannot reason this way. This is the critic and the sign of religious discrimination, and show that the tribalism is still alive and well in their heart, and a really personal fight. They continue saying, this is the huge challenge to the nation, specifically to them, the traditional leaders. The things to be done now, apparently remedy, is better than keeping quiet. They say, they wrote further, that in order to regulate these churches, they should set a tight traditional measure.
Honorable Thomas, please. Yeah, no, please take down, sit. I think just to be fair in terms of the rules and the cases here I've extended, the question is beyond the scope of being regarded as a question. It's now more, no, just give me a chance. It's now going over to be a statement. And I want to read Rule 131. A question may not contain arguments, inference, opinions, imputations, and hypothetical matters. So if the question can be put straight to say this is the issue and you want the minister to respond, I think it will be fair.
I wanted to come.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wanted to
and
come.
Check your time, when it makes 4, I will stop you.
Okay. The question to ask, why should they destroy the church? Honorable Minister, does the church commit any crime? Why should they demolish the confiscated? Confiscated properties anyway without a charge? Where are they taking the church properties? Why they think church can be limited? With this fee, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I asked the Honorable Minister to respond and explain why should...
No, it's fine. Just table the questions and it will be taken up from there. That's what I do. Thank you, thank you.
We'll have advice to the next time to use the blue paper.
Yeah.
So there's learning.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Notwithstanding that questions are dealt with in a blue paper, that's why I ask. But because we are all new and the member is new, what we are interested is the content of the information. But next time, all questions are to be typed on the blue paper going forward. Okay. Notice of other questions. Honorable Shondo, Honorable Invula, I will come down like that. Yeah. When it's red, Irase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon, Honorable members. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 24 April 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuda, the following. The conditional basic income grant is currently being implemented in various towns, providing eligible beneficiaries with a monthly allowance of 600 Namibian dollars. This initiative is an extension of the former food bank program and is specifically designed to support vulnerable and low-income households in urban and semi-urban areas. While the grant has proven beneficial to many individuals across the country, there are significant concerns that need to be addressed to ensure this effectiveness and equitability delivery. I therefore wish to ask the Honourable Minister the following. Question number 1. Honourable Minister, could you please provide an update on the current status of the conditional basic income grant rollout across the 14 regions of Namibia? Specifically, how many households have been registered and how many are actively receiving the 600 monthly income? Number 2, in the interest of transparency and accountability, could you please provide the breakdown of the funding allocated to each region, along with the amount utilized by each region since the rollout of the grant? Question number 3, there have been credible reports suggesting that employed individuals are among the current grant recipients. What verification mechanisms were in place during the beneficiary selection process? And what corrective measures will the ministry implement to prevent eligible individuals, particularly those who are employed, from receiving the grant forward? Number 4, in light of growing concerns regarding the long-term sustainability of the 600 monthly grant, what strategic plans or funding models is the ministry exploring to ensure the continued implementation of the conditional basic income grant? In conclusion, what monitoring and evaluation framework has the ministry put in place to measure the effectiveness of the grant in addressing poverty and improving social welfare of our Namibian people? I so submit. Thank you.
Please table the question. Any other question? I said Honorable Imbula and Honorable Fritz.
Thank you very much. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Sanet Steenkamp, about the systematic marginalization of the Khoi-Khoi-Khovap language in Namibia's higher education institutions. Despite the provisions of the National Language Policy and constitutional recognition of indigenous languages, there is a growing evidence of political and institutional bias that undermines the study, teaching, and preservation of Khoi-Khoi-Khovap. The International University of Namibia, International University of Management, or IUM, pardon me, which initially promised training for Khoi-Khoi-Khovap teachers, has diverted enrolled students to unrelated fields, citing low enrollment and cost-related excuses for not hiring lecturers. The Institution of Open Learning, or IOL, has recently discontinued the diploma in Khoi-Khoi-Khovap education without publicly providing any rationale. I therefore ask the following. What measures is the ministry taking to prevent the unjust discontinuation or downgrading of indigenous language programs such as Khoi-Khoi-Khovap in tertiary institutions? 2, why are institutions like Lingua College allowed to transfer cost and responsibility of lecturer recruitment for Khoi-Khoi-Khovap to students, while other language groups are fully supported? 3, has the ministry engaged the IUM and IOL regarding the redirection of Khoi-Khoi-Khovap students and the termination of the diploma program respectively? And what were the outcomes of such engagements? 4, what is the current status of Khoi-Khoi-Khovap enrollment at UNAM? And are there any targeted plans by the ministry to increase student intake and institutional investment in the program? Finally, 5, will the ministry initiate a language equity audit across higher education institutions to ensure compliance with the national language policy and to address systematic disparities affecting Khoi-Khoi-Khovap and other indigenous languages? I so submit.
Please table the question. Honorable Fries.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Sanet Steenkamp, the following. The University of Namibia is currently experiencing a significant shortage of cadavers for its medical training programs. Historically reliant on donations from South Africa, UNAM now faces challenges due to the absence of local legislation permitting the use of unclaimed bodies for educational purposes. Consequently, the university is urging Namibians to consider donating their bodies to science. I therefore wish to ask the Honourable Minister the following. Number 1, what initiatives are being undertaken to educate the public about the importance and process of body donation for medical science, and how is the Ministry and the University of Namibia addressing cultural and religious sensitivities that may hinder such donations? Second question, how does the shortage of cadavers at the University of Namibia affect the quality of medical education and training in the country? 3, what is the long-term strategy to ensure sustainable access to anatomical teaching materials for medical students at UNAM and other institutions? 4, how will the government ensure that body donation does not exploit vulnerable populations, and what safeguards are in place to prevent intimidation or misuse? Number 5, Honourable Minister, could you clarify if the government has any plans to introduce legislation that would allow the use of unclaimed bodies from mortuaries for educational and research purposes, particularly for medical and anatomical studies, to address the current shortage of cadavers for educational institutions like the University of Namibia? And lastly, Honourable Minister, the request of body donations by the University of Namibia is reliant on the Anatomical Donations and Post-Mortem Examinations Ordinance 12 of 1977. Don't you think it is extremely important to amend, review, or even repeal the Anatomical Donations and Post-Mortem Examinations Ordinance 12 of 1977 so that it addresses current ethical standards, technological advancements, and legal expectations? I so submit, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Please table the question. Any other further questions? Honourable Motu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. But before I ask this question, Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask for your indulgence. This question is on a corruption case at RCC. It is possibly linked to a minister who is linked to someone who is the perpetrator of this corruption, who is the Minister of Roads. And I want to ask the question to the Honourable Right Prime Minister, due to the fact that the Minister who's supposed to answer this question is in close proximity to that individual. Under your guidance, Honourable Deputy Speaker, may I proceed?
No. Let me, I did not get you.
The question
I got you, but I want to understand in terms of the rules how to guide. You are asking a question.
But I'm posing.
Just wait, let me summarize. You are asking a question about a member of the House?
No. I'm asking the question to the Prime Minister due to the fact that the Minister who is in charge of this industry cannot answer due to the conflict of interest.
Oh, okay.
Therefore,
okay.
I'm asking for your indulgence to proceed.
Oh, now you just direct it to a different office than the person.
To the boss, basically. To the boss.
No, different office, please.
Yes.
No.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Yeah, no, you have.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the 21st of April, 2025, I shall ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Elijah Ngurare, on the brazen corruption and reckless mismanagement of funds by board members and interim CEO Darius Nelumba of RCC. These are acts that not only depleted institutional resources but have created a climate of fear and repression where former staff members who exposed the immorality of the interim CEO's action were systematically targeted and silenced. Some of them are fired, Honourable Minister. The current interim CEO of Roads Contractor Company, Mr. Nelumba, previously served as the Chief Financial Officer. Following his appointment as an acting CEO, he was later then confirmed and appointed as interim CEO without the post of the CFO being substantively filed for an extended period. During this time, he continued to carry out the functions of CFO while at the same time assuming responsibilities typically assigned to that of the procurement, as he strategically refused to renew the procurement professional's contract against the recommendations of the immediate supervisor. There is information indicating that the interim CEO personally sourced quotations and directly instructed the procurement manager to appoint preferred suppliers. This consolidation of roles combining financial oversight with procurement authority constitutes a significant conflict of interest and violates the established principles of internal control and segregation of duties. Furthermore, Honourable Speaker, direct engagement with suppliers by the interim CEO contravenes the procurement regulations and undermines the transparency and accountability within the company's supply chain process. Moreover, the CFO position remains vacant till today for an extended period. Rumor has it that CFO has appointed in March of 2025, leaving the same individual with an unchecked financial authority while serving the CEO capacity. With this background, Honourable Speaker, I ask my following questions and statements. Number one, the appointment of Darius Nelumbu to the acting role of CEO was not publicly advertised, nor was it transparent, and was it also based on merit-based recruitment processes followed? Because we tried to look for the CEO's academic records and they have not been given to the institutions. Therefore, we are asking, is he qualified to take over this position? This raises concerns of procedural integrity and favoritism. Number two, you have to answer on this, right, Honourable Prime Minister. The appointee does not possess any technical or engineering qualifications or experience, an essential requirement to effectively lead a roads and infrastructure-focused company. This calls into the question of appropriateness of the appointment of the long-term strategic risk it introduces to the organization. Can you then confirm if this is true? Number three, there is credible information, and I have it right here, I will read it now, that suggesting that the interim CEO continues to engage directly with suppliers in violation of procurement regulations and the Public Procurement Act, which strictly prohibits the direct involvement by executive leadership in supplier relations. Now, leading to the issue that I have, there is a dam contract that was intended to be rewarded to the RCC from the Minister of Agriculture under your directive, Honourable Prime Minister. And these talks between the two parties began in November 2023. However, the current interim CEO, who served as the CFO at the time, went into office in December 2023 to make an unauthorized payment of over $4 million to 4 different companies, which are believed to be linked to the CEO, the interim CEO, as well as board members, including the board chairperson. These companies got handpicked by Mr. Nulumba, and millions were paid without contract awards, designs for dams, moreover a contract award from the Ministry of Agriculture. The construction of dams only began in June 2024, and the ministry only paid out for the dams in the following year, meaning the money on the 4 companies was paid out by RCC coffers. These are the companies that I will mention, Honourable Speaker. There are statements here, receipts. There is the company of Denny's Building Construction that got about $969,000. There is a company who also got the same $969,000 of Oasis Capital. There is a company of Hardcore Mining that got an amount of $970,000 Namibian dollars. There's a company of Artifacts that got about $345,000 Namibian dollars. And I would like to point it out that this money was paid out before any contracts were signed, and the work was done the following year only in June. And it was a December package because some of them went to Dubai. We were informed with our money. Honourable Speaker, I continue. Notably, the payments continue to be made to an eco-friend fuel previously reported on the Namibian in connection with ongoing investigations by the ICC in which the ICEO was implicated. In light of the seriousness of this matter, I respectfully call, and with your assistance, for the immediate independent investigations into the appointment of the interim CEO and the financial transactions authorized during his tenure, the procurement practices, and the potential abuse of authority. I also ask for the Minister to call for the immediate suspension of the interim CEO and the board, because it is deeply concerning that despite public scrutiny and ongoing investigations, the interim CEO has not yet been suspended or subjected to the same standards of accountability that have been applied to other executives under similar circumstances. This raises a concern of critical questions of why is there a non-disciplinary precautionary action being taken to safeguard the company's integrity. Moreover, Honourable Speaker, I would like the Prime Minister to look into the public statements made by the board chairperson in recent newspapers, where they suggest that the board may be shielding the interim CEOs from these consequences because they are also linked to it. This has created an appearance of a coordinated effort to downplay and conceal alleged misconduct under the guise of producing annual reports and audited financial statements. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground tells a different story, and the company continues to struggle to turn a profit into successful, complete key road infrastructure projects. Finally, Honourable Speaker, it is equally concerning that these patterns of corruption and chummy vibes in supplier appointments and certain suppliers constantly being awarded contracts despite lacking the operational capacity to deliver. This ensures that the practice compromises the efficiency, the value for money, especially in a company that has been dependent on government bailout for over a decade, and also drawing on taxpayers' funds without achieving financial sustainability. I so submit. And I will attach this for
Thank you very much. Honorable members, maybe just as a guidance, maybe I take you to Rule 131, 1 subclause B. I think we have all the book. There is nothing wrong to ask questions, but also just to say, questions may not include names of persons unless it is necessary to render the question intangible and can be authenticated. So if you say CEO of RCC, I think you don't need to say Deputy Speaker and then Ed Katamelo. If you say Deputy Speaker, it's enough. So if you say CEO of RCC, I think, no, it's what the question says. If the position, so I think that is what the rule is saying. It's not me. Take note. Any other question? Honorable Ipumbu?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I give notice that on Thursday, the 24th, I shall ask the Minister of Justice and Labour Relations, my brother, Ims, not Nashin, Wise, the very friendly man in this house. I rise today with a very heavy heart and a resolute spirit, compelled to address matters that strike at the very core of our nation's commitment to justice and equality under the law. Namibia, our beloved country, has long prided itself on upholding the rule of law, a principle that ensures every citizen, regardless of status, is subject to the same legal standards. Yet recent events compel us to question whether this principle is being applied equitably. Considering the case of Mr. Harry Simon, a former world boxing champion, on November 21st, 2002, Mr. Simon was involved in a tragic car accident near Langstrand, resulting in the death of the 3 Belgian tourists, including a 22-month-old child. He was charged with culpable homicides and after due legal process was convicted and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment, with 2 years suspended. His appeal was dismissed on July 9, 2007, and he served his sentence accordingly. In April 2001, Mr. Simon was involved in another accident near NIDA outside Swakopmund, which resulted in the death of a couple. Despite the severity of the incident, charges against Mr. Simon were dropped amid controversies including missing blood, samples, and conflicting report about who was driving. In November 2006, while serving his sentence for the 2002 incident, Mr. Simon was charged with drunk driving and obstructing the course of justice in Walvis Bay. However, he was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Why was then the following questions, Mr. Wise, Honorable Wise, sorry. Why was Mr. Simon prosecuted and sentenced in 2002 case, but not held accountable in the 2001 incident? What factors contributed to the acquittal in 2006 case, and were standard procedures followed? Furthermore, you must now listen to this one, which is very much important. Let's now start thinking philosophical. Furthermore, there have been reports of other higher profile individuals involved in fatal accidents who have not faced prosecution. These discrepancies suggest the potential inconsistency in the application of justice. Honorable members, the rule of law must be blind to status, race, or political affiliation. It is imperative that we ensure transparency and consistency in our legal process, and therefore I urge the Minister of Justice to clarify the criteria used to determine prosecutions in cases of fatal accidents, provide a detailed report on the affirmation cases, including the reason for prosecution or lack thereof, outline measures being taken to ensure equal application of the law to all citizens. I so submit.
Thank you. Please table your question. Any other question? Reports and other papers? Reports and other papers?
Lay upon the table reports of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Ochojonjupa Regional Council for the financial year ended 31st March 2019, Ochojonjupa Regional Council for the financial years ended 31st March 2020 and 2021, Town Council of Rehoboth for the financial years ended 30 June 2020 and 2021, Town Council for Shakati for the financial year ended 30th June 2022, Land Acquisition and Development Fund for the financial years ended 31st March 2022 and 2023, Regional Council for the Hardap region for the financial year ended 31st March 2023, Town Council for Caribbean for the financial year ended 30 June 2023, Town Council for Kahau for the financial year ended 30 June 2023, Town Council for NIDA for the financial year ended 30th June 2023, Agricultural Bank of Namibia for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Department of Works of the Ministry of Works and Transport for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Industrialization and Trade for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Motor Vehicle Accident Fund of Namibia for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, National Planning Commission for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, and the Trust Fund for the Regional Development and Equity Provisions for the financial year ended 31st March 2024. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Please table the reports. Thank you. Notices of motions. Yes, Honorable Hengari.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Wido Philippus Katamelo. Namibia faces a critical economic and cultural crisis. Over 80% of the music played on our radio stations is foreign. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to ask for your indulgence because there is a motion that I introduced in the previous Parliament, and I'd like to reintroduce it now. Honorable Speaker, this not only drains royalties out of the country, financially sidelining Namibian artists, but also stifles the growth of our local creative industry and the jobs it can create. The situation is not only unique to the music industry, but it significantly affects various forms of art like film, theater, and dance, etc. Honorable Deputy Speaker, culturally, this trend erodes our national identity. When foreign voices dominate our airwaves, our television, and all mediums of communication, Namibian stories are silenced. Our heritage is yet again sidelined. On the 11th of June 2025, I will move a motion for debate and adoption calling for an urgent parliamentary action to protect, promote Namibian content economically, culturally, and legislatively, and that this motion be referred to the relevant standing committee. I so move. I have another one. Recent reports indicate that nearly half of Namibians, especially civil servants, are drowning in debt. This is a serious issue that needs urgent attention. Meanwhile, we have lending institutions like the infamous Letseho that made a profit of 199 million, bragging about it. I think we saw it last year in the newspapers in just 6 months, which highlights the big gap between the financial success of lending institutions and the struggles of ordinary Namibian people. Many Namibians are now turning to backyard loan sharks who charge very high interest rates, making their situation worse. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I also suspect that we will have to have a conversation about our financial infrastructure as a country and whether by design it is not one that promotes this perpetual culture of borrowing and therefore leading our Namibian people into loans. There is therefore a need to have a real discussion about whether existing laws are truly protecting our people from exploitation. And therefore on Tuesday, the 10th of June, I shall move that this motion be debated, discussed, and strengthened, and that following the adoption of recommendations in this House, that this motion be referred to the relevant steering committee. I so submit.
Please. Any other motions? Honorable Winnie.
I hereby give notice that on Tuesday, the 10th of June 2025, I shall move that this August House debate a motion that seeks to critically investigate the current state of health training institutions in Namibia, with specific focus on the rapid mushrooming of such institutions across the country. The investigation will examine the standard and quality of health training and education being offered, assess the relevance and alignment of academic programs with the actual demand and requirement of the job market, evaluate whether graduates are being adequately prepared for professional practice. Furthermore, this motion calls for a thorough review of the criteria and processes currently employed by the Namibia Qualification Authority and the Health Profession Council of Namibia in the accreditation of health-related programs. The aim is to ensure that these regulatory frameworks are robust, transparent, and uphold the integrity and quality of Namibia's healthcare education system. In essence, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the intention of this motion is twofold. First, to sound the alarm on the unchecked mushrooming of health training institutions, and second, to critically reconsider and reform the accreditation mechanism that permits such mushrooming so as to protect the public, preserve professional standards, and ensure the credibility of our health sector. That this motion be referred to the relevant parliamentary standing committee for further investigation and report back to the House. I so submit.
Please table your motion. Honorable Venani.
You must do your work. Honorable Speaker, I rise without notice to move an unopposed motion to extend the time on the order paper while the second reading debate is under discussion under the allotted times for political parties. I so move.
Any secondment?
Yes. Yes. How could you say?
Any objection?
Why are we objecting?
Any objection? So agreed. Honorable message of Head of State, ministerial statement. Okay. I think in pursuit of time, I seek the indulgence to be guided in terms of break. Do we continue? Or let's proceed. Okay, we break and come back at 4 o'clock.
destinations across the world. I also want to see those places.
In the meantime, Talandila is happy piloting his bicycle around the neighborhood.
Bahati Samueli, a Bajaji tuk-tuk driver in Dar es Salaam, says people with disabilities are facing many challenges in Tanzania, from poor healthcare setup to unemployment. He says there is discrimination of disabled people in the job market, and society needs to improve on treatment of people with disability.
When we visit healthcare centers, we are not given priority. People with disabilities shouldn't be standing on the line for a long time. We should be doing the same as they do when we vote. We are not given priority at all in the hospitals. This is one of the challenges that we face. We are asking the government to help us with this issue. We are asking the government to protect us because sometimes, for example, when you go to Karioku market, police officer comes and insults you just because you are disabled. It is not our choice to be disabled. This is something that can happen to anyone. We are asking them not to insult us. They can just talk to us. We are human beings and we can understand if you talk to us.
We asked your thoughts on living conditions of people with disabilities in your society. This is what some of you had to say on Facebook. Victoire Kimmal writes, the majority of the vicissitudes that people with disabilities face relate to access to public infrastructure, information and education. Many disabled people beg in the streets, live on the street. The situation is worse in rural areas. They are often victims of discriminations. Sometimes the Constitution prohibits discrimination, but these laws exist only on paper and are not respected. Jonas Kutambale says, people living with disabilities have the same rights as everyone else. However, society seems to ignore and neglect them on the pretext of their limited abilities, something to be avoided. The genetic mutation that causes Down syndrome increases the risk of intellectual disabilities and an early death from autoimmune diseases and pneumonia. But it also protects from some cancers, and it often leads to people valued for their kindness and joy. Recently, researchers discovered a major clue as to why the genetic disorder does these things. The mutation increases inflammation. Shelley Schlender explains how this knowledge may lead to healthier lives for those with Down syndrome.
You see me and I together, we're up to something.
At the Linda Cernick Institute for Down Syndrome in Colorado, researcher Kate Waugh counts the many ways she adores her husband's brother, who has Down syndrome.
He always wants to marry my sisters. He really likes to color. He loves to sing. He brings a lot of joy.
People with Down syndrome have a lower risk for some cancers. As for why, Cernick Institute research shows that they have hyperactive immune systems.
Their immune cells are like Superman cells in some ways. They're revved up, ready to go like gangbusters compared to you and I.
But supercharged can also mean super out of balance, leading to disorders such as alopecia areata, a form of hair loss, and a stressed immune system can get exhausted. That's risky in seasons of flu or COVID-19.
People with Down syndrome already are really predisposed to having severe pneumonia. My brother-in-law, who's in his mid-30s, that's actually the scariest part of the year.
The scientists want to reduce those risks.
The mission of the Cernick Institute is to improve the lives of all people with Down syndrome through biomedical research.
Institute director Joaquin Espinosa has many buddies with Down syndrome. They include TV star Megan Baumgars from the Emmy-winning series Born This Way about Down syndrome.
He's running the show because he's a star right here.
Oh, sorry. I mean, the person who won an Emmy is not me.
I think it could be
multiple Emmys.
It could be you.
Baumgars' autoimmune disorders include celiac disease. It's no problem when she avoids foods that contain gluten, like wheat. That's not always easy.
My teacher told me I had a bad behavior problem because I had their school food and they're not gluten-free food. So that's why my mom came back and told my teachers I don't have a behavior problem. It's the school food that gets me sick.
For you to know that you had celiac disease, it changed your life. It had all kinds of benefits. So we need to come up with quick, effective ways of diagnosing these conditions that are more common in people with Down syndrome.
Espinosa's teams are also investigating how lifestyle and drugs might rebalance the immune system.
People with Down syndrome are up here, and typical people are down here. Bring people with Down syndrome closer to the normal range.
What they discover may help anyone with afflictions that range from cancer and dementia to pneumonia.
Now, Michelle C. Witten is the co-founder and executive director of the Global Down Syndrome Foundation. She elaborates on what Down syndrome is and what can be done to improve their quality of life.
Well, Down syndrome is a chromosomal condition where a person is born with 3 copies of chromosome 21 instead of 2. And because of that, there are certain character traits that people with Down syndrome have. But it's like typical people, there's a big spectrum of ability, there's a big spectrum of character traits, and generally you're going to be more like your family and your genetics of your family than another person with Down syndrome. In terms of the physical character traits, there are some characteristics like being shorter in stature, right? Having a smaller bridge, a flatter nose, having almond-shaped eyes. Well, I think first and foremost, having them in their home, going to a school that typical people go to, and having that opportunity is number one, right? What we find in countries or even towns or cities that don't do that, we find that the people with Down syndrome and frankly the typical people don't learn as well or do as well. So having access to good medical care will make a huge difference. And one big thing, the average lifespan was 27 years old in the 1980s. Today it's 60. In part, it's because access to medical care and also heart surgeries. Well, I think the biggest challenge that they face is discrimination. Right? The low expectation, the lack of resources. So a lot of times dealing with the medical issue unlocks that child or adult with Down syndrome's ability to learn and to be functional.
Face masks have made life a lot more difficult for one part of the population, people with hearing disabilities. They rely on lip reading and watching facial expressions to communicate with people who don't know sign language. But there is a solution. Maxim Mokalskov has the story.
Brenda Schertz leads the American Sign Language program at Cornell University. When the pandemic arrived, she hadn't anticipated that face masks would cause her so many problems. Deaf and mute from birth, Schertz realized everyday conversations with people wearing masks were almost impossible. Like Schertz, over 48 million Americans suffer from full or partial hearing loss and face the same problem.
Communication can be done without speech in many ways by using facial expressions, by using gesturing. And the mask suddenly blocks off that one route of communicating with people who do not use American Sign Language.
This makes a simple trip to a pharmacy or grocery store more difficult for people with hearing impairments. The pharmacists' faces are all covered by masks.
Those individuals who are working in stores, what I would say to them in terms of removing barriers is if somebody is not responding to your verbal comments, be creative, be compassionate, be patient. Think about why that person might not be responding.
Anne McIntosh, full professor at the University of Maryland Global Campus that is suffering from congenital deafness, has developed a special mask with a transparent plastic window, allowing a person's mouth to be seen. This is the first such mask that has been officially approved by FDA. The idea to make such a mask came to McIntosh many years ago, after she had to have an emergency C-section.
The nurse, the attending doctor, the anesthesiologist, and even my husband were all garbed up in surgical scrubs from head to toe, including a mask. And I was not able to lip read or follow along what was being said.
The little transparent window in the mask allows for lip reading and picking up on the person's facial expressions and emotions. Above all, these masks are needed in hospitals. Even before the pandemic, people with hearing impairments faced the problem of understanding doctors. But the current situation made things worse.
You can have an infant, a newborn there for several days, weeks, or even months. They've never seen a human smile because everybody had been masked up. So that really does affect the ability to bond with others, whether it's a caregiver.
According to the data provided by the World Health Organization, about 5% of the world's population, some 466 million people, have various forms of hearing impairments and could benefit greatly from masks that allow to see people's faces.
For the latest news and coverage on the coronavirus, stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. You can follow me on Twitter at @LenorMoudou. That's our show for today. Until next time, don't forget to wash your hands often, stay well, and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Not sure what to do this weekend?
I've spoken to quite a few guys that are there, and they're showing great strength.
Let the Sports Breakfast Show kickstart your Saturday morning. We're bringing you an exclusive sneak peek of the local sports scene right to your screen.
It's a nice outing for a Saturday for everyone.
From bustling cities to vibrant towns, we are your gateway to a weekend filled with action, competition, and local pride.
Was coming to you live here from the VIS Verkoop Stadium in the heart of the capital.
Look, the Battle of All for NBC is quite an important part of how we do business.
Whether you are a die-hard sports fan or just looking for some weekend action, we've got you covered. Our expert analysis does not only cover the game, it brings them to life.
Prepare for an unforgettable weekend build-up all from the comfort of your couch, setting the stage for you to catch the excitement live from your favorite venues.
Sometimes it's just something that happens and you can't do anything about it.
From morning to evening, the best of local sports is just a press of a button away. So set your alarm
and join us every Saturday morning at 9 o'clock on the Sports Breakfast Show
with me, Jeanette Kausis,
and me, Michelle Shapange.
NBC,
it's ours.
Stay informed and inspired with the Daily Roundup with Nina, your ultimate weekday destination for the latest news, in-depth interviews, and compelling stories from Namibia and around the world. From breaking headlines and expert insights to special features that highlight impactful initiatives, we bring you everything you need to stay connected to the issues that matter the most. Don't miss it. Your news, your world, every day.
Have you ever wondered how laws are crafted or how decisions that shape our nation are made? Well, Inside the Chambers has got you covered. Join us every Sunday for an electrifying ride through twists and turns of legislative development. From the lower house to the upper house, we bring you the highlights that matter.
Messages from the head of state, ministerial statements.
Stay informed, get engaged, and gain a better understanding of the processes that shape our democracy. Inside the Chambers, where the heartbeat of governance comes to life.
What ideas do they have for their future? DW.com African Megacities, the multimedia insight. Click and enter.
I'm not laughing at the Germans. Well, I guess sometimes I am. But mostly I'm laughing with the Germans. Meet the Germans digs deep into the German culture. Fear, nudity, ridiculous grammar.
Der, die, das.
It's all there.
Hä?
No. I'm Rachel. Join me for Meet the Germans on DW. Prost!
Where do you seek inspiration for your next holiday? On TikTok or Instagram? Then you're in line with the trend. It could cost you the individuality of the experience though. How social media is changing traveling, our topic today on Shift. Sitting at the beach, listening to the waves is something that I can only enjoy on YouTube at the moment. But we've still got social media. This video is from St. Pete Clearwater in the US. It's got more than 200,000 clicks on YouTube. The tourism industry is struggling, but the pandemic is also an opportunity for entrepreneurs like Patrick Karangwa from Rwanda. He offers virtual tours.
I realize Rwanda as a country, and in general also Africa, was underrepresented on Google Maps, on digital maps. And this is where the idea came from.
Currently, he's testing a prototype which enables visitors to speak to a travel guide live. Creative ideas like these are experiencing a real boom at the moment. For instance, on the Faroe Islands. Have a look at what the Central Tourism Office came up with.
This travel guide is remotely controlled, just like in a computer game. Equipped with a helmet camera, she scouts the Faroe Islands, an archipelago in the North Atlantic. Her route is determined by tour guests watching from home.
So you're sort of steering this person and deciding what you want to see and where you want this person to go.
When you press left, we turn left. And when you press jump, well, we jump.
It brings us now to the order of the day. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on second reading, Appropriation Bill.
When the Assembly adjourned on Tuesday the 15th in the year of 2025, the question before the Assembly was a motion by the Honourable Minister of Finance that the bill be read the second time. Yesterday when we closed, I had 3 members on my list, and I think in pursuit of what Honourable Venani and the concurrence of the House, allow me first to give the 3 members, Honourable Aikup, Honourable Lukato, and Honourable Luvendao. I hope I'm correct. Those were the 3 members that were outstanding. We take them and then we move accordingly. Thank you, Honourable Aikup. No. The person yesterday, when Honourable Sanet was speaking, even his light was flicking, was Honourable Aikup. And then on my list, I've got the list. It was Honourable Aikup, Honourable Lukato, and Honourable Luvendao. Those were the 3 people that were outstanding yesterday. We take them in that order. The mic. Oh, Honourable Lukato, just press and first it's him. Then it was Honourable Lukato, then it's Honourable Luvendao. Those were the 3 people in that sequence that were outstanding yesterday. Just help us. Huh? Apparently, switch off. Then switch on now. Honourable Mouton, switch off. Is jou net wat flikker nou? Obas. Now switch on. Switch off, switch off. Everybody switch off. We'll take note. Don't worry. We have extended, so there is no competition of. Okay. Switch on now, Honourable Aikup. Oh, that side. Let us all switch off and that's it. Then let switch on. Hello? May Tuliki? Honorable Tuliki? Yes. Okay, Honorable. That's it. That's it. Yeah, now Honorable Windau, you can switch on. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hope I can start now.
Maiden speech, 15 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I stand before you this afternoon as a servant of the Namibian people, a seasoned civil engineer, groomed and shaped by the foundations of discipline and excellence at the David Besaidnout High School under the leadership of our principal, Dennis Friedrich. I graduated as a civil engineer at the Polytechnic of Namibia, now known as the Namibia University of Science and Technology, and I'm currently a holder of a civil engineering degree and also registered with the Engineering Council of Namibia. Over the past 16 years in my career, I've been involved in feasibility studies, design and planning of construction, supervision services of mass land initiatives in local authorities such as Ondangwa, Ruakana, Aruap, Karasburg, Keetmanshoop, Gibeon, and Gobabis, amongst others, along with key road infrastructure projects such as the construction of the labor-based project DR 3610. My career also took me to work on mega engineering projects abroad in countries such as Saudi Arabia, where I worked on one of the biggest construction projects currently ongoing in the world, and also South Africa. Sir Isaac Newton states in his first law of motion that an object will not change its motion unless a force acts on it. That force must be greater than the downward momentum that is pulling it, gravitating it down towards a trajectory of death and destruction. This 8th Parliament must be that greater force, Deputy Speaker, that is the counterbalancing force that rises this nation out of the clutches of poverty, unemployment, and hunger. A force that redirects this country into a direction of inclusive growth, equity, and opportunity for all. We are called as the 8th Parliament to rise in a time when poverty, unemployment, and growth, systemic inequality have become deeply entrenched in a kakistocratic regime of the South-West Africa People's Organization. A regime, South-West Africa People's Organization. A regime, Deputy Speaker, under which 46.2% of women-headed households live in poverty. Men-headed households, that percentage becomes 40.6%. A regime under which 42% of our youth remain unemployed. A regime under which 1,763 individuals own and control 85% of the country's wealth, making Namibia one of the most unequal countries in the world. A regime under which 80% of people living in urban areas live in shacks. A regime under which 1.2 million of our people, which accounts for 40% of Namibians, endure informal housing conditions. A regime, Deputy Speaker, under which the public infrastructure is deteriorating, with a recent report released by the Roads Authority of Namibia indicating that 50% of our transportation infrastructure has reached its lifespan. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the urban housing crisis is merely a symptom of a deeper problem, a human settlement planning and design crisis. The failure to decentralize and empower rural communities has accelerated rural-urban migration, placing unsustainable pressure on towns, cities, which are already crippled by underfunding and a lack of basic services. Windhoek is crippled by a lack of delivery resources, and yet the centre is not supporting the city with meaningful resources. Swakopmund, Walvisbaai, Otjiwarongo, Keetmanshoop, Mariental, and the list goes on, are towns that are crumbling under weight of lack of funding. Local authority efficiency is severely constrained by historic financial mismanagement and unsustainable debt accumulation inherited from SWAPO-led councils. Valerie Jared once said, yes, very serious problem.
Order. But honorable member, also the rules, don't be provocative, just deliver. Yeah. Okay.
Valerie Jarrett once said, when you are in local government, please, we want order. We want order. Deputy Speaker, can we please get order?
Honorable members,
can we get order, please?
Just sit. Just sit.
It's not provocative.
Honorable
Yes, thank you.
Honorable.
Yes.
Please, just sit.
Thank you.
Just sit, please. Honorable members. Yeah, but it's also a maiden speech. So let's balance in between.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. They don't want to hear the truth. It's okay. Valerie Jarrett once said, when you are in local government, you are on the ground. You look into the eyes and hearts of the people you serve. It teaches you to listen, to expand the people with whom you engage, and it gives you a political sense of political judgment. This, Honourable Speaker, highlights our experiences as a party, as LPM, governing two of the largest regions in the country. In 2020, July, to be specific, Tinsabus was declared a settlement in terms of Section 31 of the Regional 31(1) of the Regional Councils Act 1992, and is now known as the administrative capital of the Guinas constituency in the Oshikoto region. Due to its strategic location, the social and economic activities, and its current population, it becomes critical that this settlement and other settlements such as Aminus in the Omaeke region be considered for upgrade to village councils. Honourable members, I strongly urge the Minister of Finance that an allocation of 250 million be earmarked for local authorities to implement youth-centred, training-based and labour-based construction projects. A similar program was successfully implemented by the transportation sector under the Roads Authority, which also included an SME empowerment program. I move that, and I strongly would work together with the Minister to ensure that this program is extended to local authority areas so that we deal and tackle the issue of unemployment. It cannot be overstated that the construction sector provides massive potential to create employment and put daily bread on the tables of many of our struggling households. Besides the immense hunger and poverty of our people, no youth employment benefits are considered, including a small but sensible amount to stopgap the downward spiral mode our youth has gotten into due to excesses of poverty, hunger, unemployment, and marginalization. Imagine the youth, while they are the largest population group, are the largest marginalized group in the country. How odd, how sad. We cannot further delay the injection of money and opportunities into the hands of our young people, both through agriculture, infrastructure development, education, and the creative arts industry. The time, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is now. If this government was serious, at least 2 billion would have been allocated for local authorities for the formalization of informal settlements across all regions where training and development of construction companies and consulting firms owned by young professionals are given a top priority in order to stimulate the local economy. 70% of the world's fresh water is consumed by agriculture. Of that, 40% is wasted due to inadequate irrigation, evaporation and poor water management, as in the case of Namibia. A country plagued of drought becomes unacceptable. The Ministry of Agriculture must lead efforts in sustainable water management and innovative irrigation solutions. Moreover, I propose a national budget allocation of at least 1.5 billion to drill more boreholes, especially in communal areas where farmers and communities struggle on a daily basis. We are the only country, Deputy Speaker, we are the only country in the world where a mega dam project, the Neckartal Dam, one of Namibia's white elephants now, completed in 2018, holding a capacity of 857 million cubes of water, is sitting idle at full capacity for more than 6 years without any productive use. The same government which has failed in this regard now claims to build apparently 10,000 homes and create 250,000 jobs under a Procurement Act number 2015, Act number 15 of 2025, that has thwarted and severely frustrated implementation of development projects. My personal experience with the Procurement Act is that it does not take into consideration realistic project timelines. That includes the date from which the budget is released to the date when the fiscal year ends. This Act in its current form has created severe bottlenecks around value engineering, frustrating consulting engineers and contractors who are critical stakeholders of the development process. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, honourable members, with a clear moral conscience, I reject this national budget in its current form. We cannot pass a budget that ignores our youth, that does not create jobs for our young people, that fails our pensioners, the very same pensioners that have been promised an increase. Now today we are told that they don't even qualify for an inflation adjustment. It fails to prioritize infrastructure development, job creation, agriculture, land and housing. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, honourable members.
Lucato. Is it red?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the floor. Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of Namibia's Parliament, my name is Martin Rukato, President of National Democratic Party, NDP, and also I represent the poor, the social groups, the disadvantaged groups, and also the oppressed groups in entire Namibia. I thank you. Today is the 16th April 2025. Fellow honorable members, Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to present my maiden speech on this August House as follows. I rise before this August House deeply humbled and honored by the trust bestowed upon me by the people of this nation, especially the voiceless in the rural areas, the elders, the unemployment youth, the oppressed groups, the entire social groups, and those who wake up each day with only hope as their meal. This being my maiden speech, I guided by the moral compass of accountability, equity, and the need to translate promises into measurable change. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the orderlies are the backbone of our society. They have toiled through hardship, built this nation with sweat, and raised generations on meagre means. The promise of increasing the monthly pension to 3,000 Namibian dollars in the 2025 financial year is not just a political commitment. It is a moral imperative. In June last year, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, then Vice President and the presidential candidate for the ruling party, made a heartfelt promise to our senior citizens that the monthly old age pension grant would be increased from 1,600 Namibian dollars should she be elected. Now, Madam President has assumed the highest office in the land. But following her inauguration, she stated that the increase will not happen this year, citing youth development as the current budgetary priority. I acknowledge and respect her leadership. Indeed, the youth are the future, but let us also not forget our pensioners. Rise those very youth, and now they are being asked to wait again. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, the 2023 Namibian population and housing census revealed that 484,131 persons are receiving social grants or pensions. Of these, 36.6%, that is approximately 176,780 people receive the old age pension. That is not just a statistic. That is 176,780 mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers, many of whom are raising not only grandchildren, but often children too. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the same census tells us that orphanhood is more prevalent in the rural areas, 8% that in urban areas, 7%, and that social grants and pensions remain the largest source of income for most households, particularly in the rural areas, where monthly household income average below 1,500 Namibian dollars. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this Parliament has a duty to reaffirm that promise. We must prioritize the elderly, and just as a matter of policy, but as a matter of principle. We must remember that dignity in retirement is a human right, not a campaign slogan. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I propose the following measures. Number one, the promised 3,000 Namibian dollars is too little to cater for their essential needs. I therefore recommend an amount of 5,000 Namibian dollars for the senior citizens for the next fiscal years, starting with an increase to 3,000 Namibian dollars during the 2025-2026 fiscal year and 3,000 Namibian dollars for other social groups for the next 2 fiscal years, starting with an increase to 2,000 in Namibian dollars in the 2025-26 fiscal years. Deputy Speaker, the members of Parliament, allow me further Okay. Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, let me continue. Allow me to continue.
Yeah, order.
Let me continue. On education, since the National Democrat, since the point of correction, since the National Education Conference, which was held in 2012, where it was agreed by stakeholders to implement free education from pre-primary to tertiary level of education. It is about time that the agreement is implemented in order to accommodate both the poor and the rich. And in the land,
honorable members,
on the land,
honorable members,
I have called the new cabinet
Maiden speech, please.
under the leadership of the Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah to implement the pending land restorations of 2018, where she was also party and myself I was part of it, which was agreed by all stakeholders through ministries and agents, government agents. Finally, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, let us turn eyes to food security, an area of immense potential but chronic underperformance. Namibia's grain schemes were designed to the engines of national food production. Instead, many are either dormant or underperformance. We should establish a green scheme structuring authority to overall government, ensure transparency, open schemes to private-public partnerships with land and the least to experience agri-miners. Under strict performance contracts, prioritize climate resilient and smart agriculture technologies, including drip irrigation and solar-powered pumps. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we cannot afford to break the trust of those who have carried this nation through struggle and sacrifice. We cannot ignore the rise of disease. We cannot allow crime and corruption to rob our children's future. And we must never let our land to go uncultivated while our people go hungry. Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, let us move from promises to action, and from policies to impact, and from waiting to working. And finally, who is Lukato Lukato. I was born in Anda area in the district of mainland Makanga, formerly in the former Caprivi Strip, now Zambezi region. I am a headman of Queensland village in the district of mainland Makanga district area. I am a commander. I am a lawyer. I once served as an acting prosecutor in the Namibian courts. A former police officer, a few politician, a former United Nations envoy in the United Nations peacekeeping missions. I am a few Christian and also a preacher, a servant of people and of the Redeemer. May the Redeemer bless the Parliament of Namibia, the entire Republic of Namibia, the African continent, and the world at large. I thank you and I greet you.
Thank you, honorable members. You get those individuals that are just unique. The elder is the youngest in the house when you count from the back, isn't it? If we count from the beginning, but when we count, he's the youngest. English, wise men, we start. So elder, it seems you are the star. When there are difficulties, maybe you must come and preside. Because I say you unite the house across all lines. That takes us to the next speaker, the most stable Minister of Finance, of Health. Yeah.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, good afternoon. My name is Esperance Lubendau. I would like to start off firstly by saying thank you to God, who is the reason that I am, that I live, and that I have my being, and so all glory to God. I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, for her faith in me and my abilities. With that said, I want to give you a bit of a background about who I am, where I come from, and then we will talk about the matter at hand, which is healthcare in Namibia. I am the last born of 5 children. I have 3 brothers and 1 sister. When I was 4 and 6 years old, my parents passed away. I was born in Windhoek at Katitura State Hospital. And at that point in time, when my parents passed away, it very quickly became that courage was the order of the day. You had to be strong. You had no other choice. You had no parents, and so you had to stand for yourself as young as you were. I grew up in Vanera, and I went to a school called Matias Primary School.
Yes, yes.
And there I remember my principal, Mr. Bok, years ago. He was the first person that introduced me to the fact that it is possible to dream, and that sometimes we do not determine where we start, but we are most definitely responsible for where we end up. And with that said, after my mother passed away, or when she passed away, she was a teacher at a school called St. Paul's College. And when she died, the teachers and the principals and the other parents thought it fit that they would put together a trust fund to ensure that my siblings and I got through school. And that is how, I'm hoping, we have become decent members of society. With that said, it led to the formation of the Dr. Esperance Lubendal Healthcare Scholarship Award, which was announced last year, and this year already in March we were able to announce our first recipients from villages in Kavango West. And the reason for that is merely because I am a firm believer that the best way to say thank you to those that believed in you is to believe in other people. And so the scholarship funds students that would like to pursue further studies in healthcare-related fields. And mind you, the recipients of this scholarship are the first to go to university and their families, which for me is probably the best way that I can say thank you to the teachers and the principal and the parents that believed in us years ago. With that said, my eldest brother instilled in me two particular principles and visions. Number one is the importance of hard work, and number two is the spirit of excellence. Under the banner of hard work is where in 2019 we launched the OSAT Africa Health Foundation. The foundation at that point in time started as seeking to ensure quality healthcare for all Namibians. I was young, very passionate, and I very quickly realized that passion alone does not sustain a vision. And so it was at that point in time we decided to minimize it and focus on a piece of the pie that we could chew, and that was women's health and sexual and reproductive health. Under the banner of OSAT Africa Health Foundation, we launched Menga, a digital health innovation that allows people in informal settlements to access prescribed medication without leaving their local areas. Under the same banner, we most recently launched Emily's Health, a women's health education book that educates women about sexual and reproductive health in 8 different native languages, covering the topics HIV, STDs, contraceptives, and breast cancer. Under the same banner, we launched our handheld sonar probe, which, mind you, is innovative in that it's a probe that you connect to your cell phone. It weighs 0.9 kilograms and allows you to scan women for fibroid cysts as well as do obstetric sonars without the need for internet. Under the same banner, we have raised nearly 200 community health workers. Therefore, speaking to what my brother instilled in me, which is the spirit of hard work, I have 2 beliefs that I have very strongly. Number one is that hard work doesn't kill you, and we need to start excusing our excuses. The first thing is that when I took to office, one of the things I have noticed is that there is a very relaxed attitude of there is time. We will do it. We will get to it. And on that, I wish to say we need to start excusing our excuses. It is well easy for people to say, but Esperance, it's never been done before, and that is the reason we've been hired, is to prove that what has not been done is possible, and to find feasible ways to do so. With that said, the second fine belief that I have very strongly is that all of us sitting in this house have the same vision for Namibia. Yes. And that is important because a lot of times in debate that gets lost. And I want to be the one to reiterate that a question posed to the Ministry of Health and Social Services is not an attack on Esperance Lubendal. It is a statement or a question posed at the system that currently exists, and how can we better work together to achieve the vision that we have for Namibia. It reminds me of a very important words by our late founding father, may his soul continue to rest in peace, Dr. Sam Nujoma. And it says, a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all of the members of society will always emerge victorious. With that said, allow me to indulge you 4 minutes left. It's the 21st of March 2030. And in this period in time, You take your grandmother, your mother, whoever is older and closest to you, to a state hospital. When you get to the state hospital, you are met by a community health worker that brings a wheelchair, puts your grandmother on the wheelchair, takes you into the hospital. Here in the hospital, while the nurse proceeds to take your grandmother into the triage room, you are asked to enter onto a system your grandmother's name, surname, and ID number only, because she has been pre-registered and her information automatically pops up, including that she has diabetes, HIV, that she is on treatment, she's allergic to penicillin, and she's had her appendix removed. Thereafter, while you complete that, you go into the triage room, and there you find the nurse has already completed triaging your grandmother. She already finds that your grandmother is a orange or a red, meaning urgent or emergency. Within that period in time, she takes your grandmother automatically into the doctor's room. There, the doctor does not spend time writing notes instead of listening to you and engaging with you, because everything has already been documented onto a system. And so the doctor spends time, and so the doctor only spends time examining the patient and ensuring that they get to a diagnosis, and after that, proceeds to do an artificial intelligence X-ray, in this case where they are suspecting pneumonia. Mind you, this artificial intelligence X-ray machine is already in Namibia and being used in our TB program. They proceed to then do point-of-care blood tests. They diagnose your mother with having pneumonia requiring hospital admission, and automatically in under 30 minutes your mother is admitted and taken to the ward. This is not a vision, this is not a dream, this is a vision. Allow me to very quickly run through solutions, because that's why we're here, solutions, right? And so number one is, very importantly, what must be implemented is a public health infrastructure maintenance plan. Now that is very important, because I will get to the building of the hospitals that we all like to talk about. But it is important that before we build more, we are able to sustain what we already have. And very importantly is that this must be tied to performance agreements. It is the only way to hold people accountable to make sure that they are doing what they are supposed to do. 2 days ago, I visited the nurses' home, and I will summarize it like this. It's one of two things. It's either we decide we will demolish it, or we decide we will renovate it and allow it to begin to produce income for the Ministry of Health and Social Services. I move to my second point very quickly, is the upgrading of clinics to healthcare centers. This is important because we need to start decentralizing healthcare. What does this mean? It means not all patients. We continue to hear of complaints. The lines are long. The lines are long. The people are waiting long hours. And the solution to that, and mind you, I've heard very passionate statements yesterday as well, but one encouragement and one challenge is, let's begin to mix passion with solution. That's important. So let's say, listen, the system is not working, but Esperance, I have a suggestion on how the system can work. Passion is good, passion is great, but let's be a people that mix passion with solutions and tentative suggestions to say, listen, the lines are long. I have a suggestion. You're very much interested in telemedicine. Why don't you do this and this? And when we don't listen, hold us then accountable and say, but you don't listen. With that said, the principle of decentralization, I had a meeting today with my head of primary health care, and I told her, I gave her a very dramatic and bold request, and I said, I want 10,000 community health workers by the end of the term. Why? Because then we raise the 10,000 community health workers to be able to do these sonars, to be able to scan them. We reduce the burden on our hospitals, and immediately you stop complaining that the lines are so long, right? And then my last 2 points is universal health coverage. Sorry?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. No. African, thank you. Oh, no. Okay. Just in terms of guidance, I've got the following members: Honorable Moton, Honorable Amukoto, Honorable Lutahesi, Honorable Engombe, Honorable Haikola, Honorable Karondo, Honorable Venani, Honorable Karonda. Let the men complain who is misspelled, please. Honorable Karonda, Honorable Venani, Honorable Bakera and Honorable Hengari. These are the members that are on the list. I know it's flickering, Honorable Karonda, but I think it's Honorable Moton. There was a change here when we started with Honorable Taigap that maybe smeeks that. So, so let us just get Honorable Moton. As I said, we have got now the sequence, then it will be Honorable Amukoto. Maiden speech, 15 minutes. It was 15. Check there, PM. Check there, it was PM. I've organized, it always starts there. Let's check. She even said, I've got 4 minutes. Please, let us not...
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, kids in Namibia are dying of hunger. Poverty and unemployment have driven our boys to crime.
Order.
Poverty and unemployment have driven our boys to crime and our girls to prostitution.
Hello, please, honourable members, it's a maiden speech. The laughter is good when you make it to the one, but when it's returned back to you, then it's not the same story. Let us just please, in that spirit that we have started. You are only... continue.
Unemployment and poverty has driven our boys to crime and our girls to prostitution. This is unacceptable. I am Honourable John Maton, Shadow Minister of ICT. I grew up all across Namibia, and after school I went to study psychology and theology at the University of Pretoria. I wanted to understand and solve the problem of the individual. But when I came back, I realized that the problems we face in Namibia are far bigger than that of the individual. As an entrepreneur, I co-founded a tech startup company, and we were solving problems in the private sector. But I always felt my true calling was to serve the people of Namibia. But I thought to myself, there's no place for a white boertjie in Namibian politics. But our ICT president, Dr. Panduleni Itula, came and opened my mind with Article 17 of the Constitution, which states, all citizens shall have a right to participate in peaceful political activity intended to influence the composition and policies of government. And today I am able to stand here thanks to all the Namibians that gave us the mandate to serve.
No, please.
Ons Afrikaners het 'n geneigtheid om op die kantlyn te staan en te kritiseer. Maar ek dink dit is tyd dat ons opstaan en begin saamwerk om die probleme van hierdie land op te los, dat ons 'n beter toekoms kan verseker vir elke Namibier en vir ons nageslag. Which translates to we Afrikaners.
Hello, please, Honourable Moton, please sit down.
You are doing very well. You are doing very well.
Honourable members.
Please, don't give the members. Please.
Just wait, Honourable. We started very... Honourable members. Tell us. Let's come back. Honourable members, just wait. Please, just wait. I know maybe as a person you have got an issue, but I'm the presiding officer entrusted by you. The honourable member is delivering a maiden speech. And we have also agreed that the official language of communication in us is English. So it's important that when you make a statement to say, that's what the rule says, what we quote. I'm consistent. No. Honourable members.
Just speak.
It's not about me. There are other members who don't understand the language. Yeah. Honorable members, let us understand each other. We can go together. I was just trying to say it's a maiden speech, and let us give all respect to the maiden speech as we have agreed.
And you translate out West Africa, say West Africa.
Okay, I am translating. Ons Afrikaners het 'n geneigtheid om op die kant te staan en te kla en te kritiseer. Maar ek dink dit is tyd dat ons begin saamwerk om die probleme van hierdie land op te los. Sodat ons 'n beter toekoms kan verseker vir elke Namibier en die geslagte wat kom. Which translates to, we Afrikaners have a tendency to sit on the sideline. And I believe it's time that we work together to create a better future for all Namibians. Our beloved land faces numerous obstacles, and the nation is looking at us to solve them. With a population of just over 3 million people and an abundance of resources, our people are still suffering. This does not make sense. With a broad unemployment of 54.8%, you have to ask yourself, why are we not training the youth for the job market? Why is there no strategic vocational training in all schools? Surely we can teach our kids agricultural skills that can help them cultivate their own food. With all the fertile land in Namibia, we should have food security for all 3 million people. I believe technology is a key to solving these problems. For example, we can integrate online learning and applications to assist education and find transformative ways to farm barren land. Our country seriously lacks software and technological infrastructure to streamline its services and create a conducive environment for innovation. Technology is advancing at an exponential rate, and if we are not catching up quickly, we will fall so far behind that other countries will take advantage of us and exploit us even more than they are currently exploiting us. When I look at the proposed budget, there is no indication that we are taking technological advancement seriously enough. With technology, we can keep people accountable, track government assets and wasteful tenders, cut red tape, reduce bureaucracy, fix our procurement system, and create a more nimble and efficient government that can serve the people of Namibia to its full potential. We need to start aggressively stimulating our secondary sector. If we are not manufacturing in this country, we are not creating jobs, and we are not adding value to our resources. When I look at the fiscal strategy for the term 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, it states the following. The manufacture sector is estimated to record an improvement in growth in 2024 compared to the contractions recorded in 2023. Shouldn't we by this time know if we had the growth and not make estimations on 2024? Going forward, growth in this sector is expected to slow down in 2025. This sector cannot slow down. It must keep on increasing. Honourable members, our young people need to be prioritized. Youth unemployment is a major issue, and creating our own opportunities is an immense challenge. When we started our own company, I realized just how extremely difficult it is to create a business. Numerous hassles with getting the company registered without guidance or a conducive infrastructure to grow and scale a business. Our education system fails to teach entrepreneurship to our students, and the tax and funding systems are not aligned for small, medium enterprises. If we have proper software systems and online structures in place, we can ease this process and help small businesses. With the rapid advancement of AI, it is imperative that we start looking at legislation to establish a comprehensive legal framework for AI, to ensure safety and to protect fundamental human rights. A large portion of this country still does not have active internet connection, with only 1.2 million people active on Google, according to Global Statistics Agency data reportal. That means the majority of us still don't have access to proper information. How are we addressing this problem? When I look at the proposed budget, a lot of questions come to mind. Like, why is the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology planning on spending more than $28 million Namibian on SNTs for this financial year alone? That's almost 2.5 million per month, 73,000 per day. Where are you all traveling for that amount of money? And surely the ministry has heard of online meetings like Zoom and Microsoft Teams. Additionally, we are also planning on spending 259 million on development, with the majority of that being for new government offices. Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, there's a common saying that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We have seen alarming rates of corruption in this country, and I believe we are becoming increasingly more of an authoritarian state, with laws giving the President the power to nominate the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, and then that person being appointed by the same House where that party has a majority seat. There's no independent body policing the ACC. We have no pure accountability measures in place to keep our leaders accountable. At the end of the Senate Parliament term, a rule was passed to change the composition of the selection committees to give the ruling party absolute power over this assembly. I want to caution this House about the greed of absolute power. There's a reason we have the largest opposition since the independence of this country. People of Namibia are tired of the abuse of absolute power. There are those that are corrupt and corruptible, and they might sit on both sides of this House. And then there are those that know about corruption, but decide to keep quiet. I want to speak to these members specifically, because you have the moral awareness not to participate, but yet you keep quiet. I believe these members have the power to change the trajectory of this country, because you know how corruption is done. And then there are those of us that truly have the nation at heart. I believe if we work together, and if we are serious about heeding the call against corruption, we can be a force of goodness that can change the tide for the better of all Namibians. We might not always agree on everything, but I'm pretty sure we can agree that the unemployment crisis in this country should be our main priority. We are facing unprecedented times globally, and we will be the parliament that needs to weather the storm for Namibia. There's an immense responsibility on our shoulders, and if we work together, we can find simple solutions to complex problems, because no Namibian child deserves to die of hunger.
Thank you, Honorable Amukoto. Fifteen minutes. Honorable Amukoto. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of this August House, and the people of Namibia follow this proceeding, good afternoon. Allow me to begin with the powerful words of one of the African greatest sons, Thomas Sankara, who once said, "You cannot carry out a fundamental change without a certain amount of madness." In this case, it comes from a non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. Besides, it took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extremely clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. End of quote. These powerful words remind us that leadership demands courage, the courage to challenge the old system, abandon empty promises, and act boldly in the interest of our people. I stand before you today with a great honor, carrying the legacy of those who came before me. I am the great-grandson of Nehale Jampingana, senior fighter at Amtuni Jomanenge. Kumbwanje Bokwashikuta, and the son of the Second World War soldier, Bokoma ya Mkoto, wa Kumbwanje Bo, Nandem Pakapokapi, Nandenyo Takarungwe. Nonyanya constituency in the Oshkoto region, I began my political career as a political office bearer and had the privilege to serve as the regional councillor for Matias from 2010 to 2015, gaining a first-hand experience in advocating for community development. I want to thank all Namibians who made it possible for me to stand before you in this august house, especially the ground mobilization commandos. I am here as your servant. I also want to thank those who keep me grounded, my wife and my children, for their constant love and support, my mother whose strength guides me every day, and my late father whose value continue to shape the man I strive to be. I take my stand in this august house as a member of parliament and a shadow minister of urban and rural development. Representing the independent patriots for change under the able and distinguished leadership of our President, Dr. Pandureni Itula. Honorable Speaker, 35 years after independence and 5 years before our Vision 2030 milestone, over 40% of Namibians and nearly 80% of our urban population still live in informal settlement and backyard shacks. Our housing backlog stands estimated at 300,000 units. But, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our people are not forgetful. They remember the mass housing promise. They remember the broken pledge. When I hear this news commitment, I ask on behalf of the public, what will be the difference this time? The National Housing Enterprises, which was mandated to build homes, has only managed to construct 18,304 houses in 31 years. At this late, even if we give them another 60 years, they will still only manage to build about 35,000 houses. A figure far too low to meet growing demand. This is not progress, it is a crisis. Yes. It must be declared a national crisis without delay. No. It is clear that we must remove NIDA from its current law. First, we must prioritize the development of low-costing housing initiative by adopting affordable construction technology to reduce cost and shorten construction time. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we are here debating budget and figures, our people on the ground are crying for one simple thing, a land. The provision of a plot by local authority has become a serious problem. People apply and wait for years without feedback, while the well-connected jump the queue and receive plot with ease. This is not what we fought for. We need a fair, transparent, and fast way to allocate plot so that people can build proper homes for their family. Every town council must publish a clear list of available plots and allocation so the community can hold them accountable. We must also work with our informal settlement committees. It is wrong to criminalize poverty. People do not choose to live in shacks. They go there because they have nowhere else to go. Instead of chasing them away, we must formalize this settlement, install a basic services like water, standpipe, communal toilet, sewer lines, and electricity. We must grant resident tenure security through title deed or recognition certificate so they can improve their homes without fear of being demolished. It is neither human nor practical to evict people without providing dignified alternative. Formalizing an informal settlement is not a favor, it is a responsibility of this government. We must work with community where they are, whether in Havana, DRC, or Dama, to survey, map, and
gradually upgrade settlement without essential services and secure tenure. Priority should be go to area in the worst condition. It is unacceptable that to this day, deadly hepatitis E outbreaks still occur due to poor sanitation. Another issue, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that while we are failing to maintain the town we already have, the government continues to proclaim new town left and right and center. How do you declare a town when you cannot even provide a basic services in the ones that already exist? This is a political point scoring. A town without running water, a proper road, working sewer system is not a town. It is a village pretending to be a town. Before we proclaim more towns, let us fix what we have. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when it comes to land, we must also differentiate between urban land for housing and agricultural land for livelihoods. Land reform cannot be measured in hectares alone. It must be measured by how many productive farmers we establish and how food security improves. Communal farmers must have their rights legally strengthened and opportunity should be clear. Opportunity should be created for them to raise or acquire underutilized commercial land adjusted to their community. IPC is also believe in bringing government closer to the people. The days of local authority begging for approval from Windhoek for every borehole, sanitation project or road repair must end. We must decentralize both power and the resources. Let towns and the region have a greater formula-based share of the national budget, and let communities themselves have a say through participatory budgeting process. Stronger local government must also mean stronger oversight. Every local authority should undergo an annual audit, and those outcomes must carry consequences. Yes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, budgets are moral documents. They reflect not just what we spend, but what we value. If we value rural travel over 100 children, this budget will reflect that. If we value lead capex over a rural road, this budget will reflect that. But if we choose to value people over a privilege, then we must act now by reshaping this budget to ensure every Namibia has a fair shot at life. Let this be the budget of the people, for the people, by the people. Tangi unene, baye dangi, ruitu mezi, okuye pachinene, and I thank you.
Next is Honorable Lutu Hesi.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Mutozi Chwani, how is your afternoon? My name is Lilian Ulutuhezi, the Shadow Minister for Gender Equality and Child Welfare. I come from Makanga village in the Zambezi region. Before politics, I stood before chalkboards, not microphones. I taught children in forgotten corners of the country, classrooms without floors, learners without shoes, families without income. It is a great honor to rise today and address this House for the first time as a newly elected Member of Parliament representing the mighty Independent Patriots for Change. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to my family and my friends for their unwavering support throughout this journey. To our party president, Dr. Panduleni Itula. Thank you for introducing me to politics, allowing me to be part of the movement of change that started 5 years ago. You have been a beacon in my journey. Today, I stand here not as a politician, but as a mother, a teacher, and a daughter of the soil, sent here by the people to come and say, enough. Enough to the hunger. Enough to the violence. Enough to the broken promises. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Namibia is called an upper middle income country. But if you have walked through Namiundu, deep in the floodplains of the Zambezi River, or Kikia, at 6 a.m. and seen school children sharing a bowl of porridge before walking 10 kilometers to school, then you know that income is not the full picture. According to the 2021 Multidimensional Poverty Index, over 43.3% of Namibians live in poverty, not just by money poor, they lack dignity, opportunities, and hope. Even more disturbing, the 2024 Global Hunger Index ranked Namibia 86 out of 121 countries, placing us among nations with serious hunger. In regions like Omaheke and Kavango, malnutrition among children under 5 continue to rise. Yet, some leaders see the suffering and still sleep peacefully. Honorable Deputy Speaker, poverty is not just about empty pockets. It's about empty futures. A grandmother raising 5 grandchildren on $1,600 Namibian dollars. A child who eats only at school if they get to go there. Let me be clear. Namibia is at war, not a foreign war, but one within our homes and communities. Women are dying. Children are being raped and discarded. The case of the 5-year-old girl in Okahanja is not a rare horror. It is part of a national nightmare. We must act now. No bail for child rapists and murderers. Life sentences for violent crimes against children. Dedicated family violence units with full staffing and swift case handling. This is not politics. It's about protection. I've watched boys lose themselves in bottles because dreams were stolen by hunger. Substance abuse isn't always about rebellion. Sometimes it's about numbing the pain, but the cost is generational. We need tighter regulation on alcohol access, especially near schools. Tougher laws on drug traffickers. Real rehabilitation programs that don't end at awareness campaigns. Yes, alcohol sales keep households afloat, but our policies must balance survival with safety. Let's not criminalize desperation. Let's treat the wound, not just the symptom. Honorable Deputy Speaker, across this country, street lights have become begging hotspots. Bridges have become homes. Every town has children begging, mothers sleeping with babies in tents and in abandoned buildings, even in this city. These are the forgotten Namibians. Where are the social workers? Where is the rescue plan? Where is the state that is promised to care? Our Constitution promises welfare, but promises mean nothing without action. The Ministry of Gender must move from paperwork to pavement, from slogans to shelter, from annual report to real results. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Namibia cannot pride itself on freedom if its elders are still in chains, chains of poverty, neglect, and abuse. Our elderly raised us. They protected our traditions. They carried this country to independence. But yesterday, Many survive on pensions that disappear by mid-month. Others are murdered for land and robbed by their own relatives. We need an immediate increase in old age pensions, legal protection against elder abuse, emotional, physical, and financial, a proper audit on how many elders are raising orphan children with no support. If a nation abandons its elders, it has abandoned its soul. Honorable Deputy Speaker, to every mother who carried herself to sleep last night, to every child who went to school hungry, to every elder raising a second generation, to every girl scared to walk alone, you are not forgotten. And now your voice has entered this house. I will not just speak for you, I will fight for you. Let this parliament be remembered not for the noise that we made here, but for the lives that we lifted. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, thank you very much.
Honorable Hengombe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the 8th Parliament, I am Honorable Wadapi Ferdinand Hengombe, Shadow Minister for Mines, Energy and Industry. And this is my maiden contribution to this House. I am not here as a miner of minerals, but as a miner of missed opportunities. Before joining politics, I spent 2 decades and a half in the jewelry industry, manufacturing and enjoying it very well, and later on joining the gem specimen industry. That journey taught me the value of adding worth through creativity and hard work. Firstly, I would like to thank God and all His people who tirelessly trained me and prayed for me in this journey of life. I as well want to extend my perpetual gratitude to an exceptional leader, a visionary, a person with unwavering support, a person who inspires many day to day, a person who walks in integrity. This is none other than Dr. Panduleni Itula, the president of the official opposition party, the Independent Patriots for Change, IPC. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, today I stand before you with a deep sense of responsibility and pride as I deliver my maiden speech on a topic that is vital to the future of our beloved Namibia, which is the mines and energy industry. Namibia is a nation rich in natural resources, endowed with a vast mineral wealth and significant energy potential. Our mines have long been the backbone of our economy, contributing not only to the national revenue, but also to job creation and community development. As of August 2024, Namibia has issued 162 mining licenses, with 68 of these mines actively operational, from diamonds to uranium, copper to gold. And a variety of gem specimens are a testament to the abundance the land of the brave offers. In the same vein, we have approximately 1,078 small-scale mining claims registered as groups, which suggests that between 5,000 and 8,000 individuals are engaging in small-scale mining activities across the country. However, as we celebrate our rich mining heritage, we must also acknowledge the challenge that comes with it. The mining sector must operate sustainably, ensuring that we protect our environment and the rights of our communities. It is imperative that we adopt practices that minimize ecological impact and promote the well-being of our people. We must strive for balance between economic growth and environmental stewardship. Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, here are some thoughtful and relevant questions small-scale miners have been asking. What financial or technical support does the government offer to small-scale miners? Are there training programs available for small-scale miners to improve their operations? What initiatives exist to help small-scale miners access modern mining equipment or processing technologies? How does the ministry ensure compliance with environmental and safety standards among small-scale miners? How does the ministry address all land conflicts between small-scale miners and large mining companies? Are there specific areas designated for small-scale miners' activities, and where exactly is it? How does the ministry balance the growth of small-scale mining with environmental conservation? Are there incentives for small-scale miners to engage in value addition or local beneficiation? Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, with the above mentioned, what is the total value of Namibia's mineral portfolio? We cannot manage what we have not measured as a nation. Yes. It is time to establish a sovereign valuation authority to assess the full worth of our mineral resources. If we know the estimate value and quantities of all our key minerals, from proven diamond reserves to lithium deposits, we can plan our economy with foresight. Yes. International investors take us more seriously when we ourselves understand our assets. By quantifying Namibia's mineral wealth, we send a message that we know our worth. This can attract responsible investment on our terms and discourage exploitative contracts. We must be price setters of our resources and not price takers. Yes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, now in the realm of energy, Namibia stands at a crossroad. As the world's second largest producer of uranium, Namibia possesses vast reserves that could significantly contribute to its energy needs. However, despite this potential, the country currently only operates on an import of electricity of about 70%. While the country has engaged with international entities such as the Russian nuclear giant Rosatom to explore the feasibility of establishing a nuclear power plant, while this discussion indicates interest in developing nuclear energy infrastructure, the question still remains: do we have comprehensive nuclear energy policy and a defined nuclear policy framework to regulate this practice? Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, as of November 2022, Namibia's overall electrification rate was estimated at approximately 50%, meaning about 300,000 households remain without electricity. In rural areas, the electrification rate was notably lower, with estimates indicating that between 70 and 80% of rural households lack access to electricity. Now the question remains, what steps is the ministry taking to promote renewable energy sources in Namibia? And how do you see this impact the country's energy security? What plans are in place to promote energy access in rural areas of Namibia? How is the minister responding to global trends such as the shift towards green technology and the demand of critical minerals to support electrification? What specific initiatives are being implemented to create jobs in the industry? What is the vision for the future of Namibia's energy sector over the next 5 years? These questions remain a priority. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the mines and energy sector holds immense potential for Namibia's economic growth and development. Let us work together to harness this potential responsibly and sustainably. Let us commit to build a future where our natural resources benefit all Namibians, where our energy is accessible, and where our mining practices respect both our environment and our communities. I thank you.
Next is Honorable Haikola.
Yes, the youth. The youth is here.
We the people, we are in charge.
At times such as this, standing in the gap for the Namibian youth, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow Namibians, allow me to open this moment by invoking the story of Queen Esther in the Holy Bible. A young woman rose from humble beginning and was placed in a palace not by accident but by divine purpose. Queen Esther stood in the gap for her people, risking her position, her comfort, and even her life to speak for those who had no choice, no voice. Today, I declare that Queen Esther of the Bible may be long gone, but I, Esther Ishiwa Haikola Sakaria, am here, not in a palace, but in this honorable house, with a purpose just as bold like Esther. I was called for a time such as this. I'm here to stand up for the youth, to stand in the gap for the rejected, unemployed, talented but sidelined, and voiceless young people of Namibia. I've not come to Parliament for prestige. I've come to serve. As Queen Esther was placed in the palace to fulfill a greater cause, so I have been placed here, not for myself but for the Namibian people. As the great daughter of the following public servant of the people, I'm honored to walk in their footsteps, carrying forward their legacy of leadership, service, and dedication to the people. My great-grandfather, Tatekulu Haikukutu ya Shinangolo, who reigned over Kwanyama for 2 years, Tatekulu Hamba Yulo ya Edzimbi Yangile Wanga 2 years, Tatekulu Hamba Nande ya Edzimbi Yangile Wanga 7 years, Tatekulu Mandu Meadem for 6 years, and Queen Hanyanga Yahamtenya for 13 years. So humble servant of people who put others first and who believe that true greatness is not being served but serving others with joyful heart, commitment and dedication. I'm hereby to emulate their leadership style of selflessness. To the unemployed youth, poverty has a cruel way of stripping young people of their ability to dream and aspire, leaving them feeling powerless and stuck. Your silent struggles are not forgotten. We are carrying your burden here in Parliament, and we will fight to restore your hope and agency. Young people of Namibia, those who pursued courses which the market cannot absorb, such as biochemistry, microbiology, and the countless other fields, yet now sit at home unemployed, we love your affliction in this Parliament. We hear your cries and we will not rest until the job market aligns with the skill you sacrifice so much to acquire. I know what it feels like to look for a job in your field for 10 good years and find none. I have been there. To my dear former UNAM readiness students, many of you had to leave your jobs to study full-time in the bridging program with fewer than 20 points. Now that you have qualified and been admitted into degree program, NSFAS denies you funding because of the very points you are trying to improve. This injustice will not be ignored. Your struggle is not in vain, and we will work to change this system. Why are we still forcing all learners down one academic path when we know not every diamond shines the same? The education system in Namibia has failed to recognize that not all learners are destined for academia. Some are gifted in their hands, in craft and in trade. Yet the government has only plus minus 50 fully functional schools with pre-vocational subjects. The state of technical and vocational education and training, known as TVET, in Namibia is one of that has seen commendable attention from our government. Through the Namibian Training Authority, NTA, we recognize and appreciate the prioritization of skills development and the establishment of TVET across most regions. However, while significant progress has been made, we must also acknowledge the challenges that continue to hinder the full potential of the sector. At the grassroots level, pre-vocational subjects are still not widely offered in many schools across Namibia. These subjects are crucial in developing a passion for vocational training among young learners. Without early exposure, learners often overlook the TVET pathway and instead opt for academic institutions like UNAM, NAST or IUM, often out of lack of awareness, not necessarily preference. Take, for example, the subject office practice, which equips learners with marketable administrative skills by the time they reach grade 11 or 12. These learners can enter the workforce immediately. Sadly, this subject has been phased out in many schools, particularly in the northern regions. Even respected schools like Concordia College have stopped offering it. The common reason given is financial strain, mainly due to recurring costs for paper and ink. This is unfortunate, as such essential subjects should be protected and promoted. Additionally, schools offering subjects like design and technology, clothing and fabrics, teachers offer their own personal money to facilitate practical projects for learners, a situation that is both unsustainable and unfair. What is more concerning is that there are teachers who are qualified and ready to teach pre-vocational subjects, yet they are not being utilized because only a few schools offer these subjects. Their expertise is going to be a waste, and this represents a missed opportunity for both learners and the education system at large. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the Minister of Education must ensure there is dedicated funding for pre-vocational subjects as outlined in the national curriculum. If we are to build a skilled workforce, then we must invest in foundational skills that spark learners' interest in vocational education from an early age. We also commend the government's forward-looking plans to convert VTC into fully-fledged technical college. This transformation is bold and necessary step. However, to successfully implement such a vision, we will require TVET experts in the sector, and here lies another challenge. Currently, only NAST offers TVET-related diplomas, such as the Diploma in TVET Management or the TVET Trainer Diploma, both pegged at level 6. So if we truly want to professionalize the sector and elevate the status of vocational education, institutions of higher learning across Namibia must start offering TVET qualification at more advanced level and create more programs that support pre-vocational subjects combination for aspiring educators. Moreover, we urge the NTA and other relevant bodies to ensure that all VTCs offer as many courses as possible, particularly in emerging trades that reflects modern industry needs. Fields such as renewable energy, green hydrogen bracket, ICT, agri-tech, digital fabrication, and smart construction should be prioritized to future-proof our workforce. While we applaud the milestone reached so far, there is still so much work to be done, from curriculum funding at school level to qualification expansion in higher education. And from institutional transformation to regional inclusion, TVET must be elevated, expanded, and respected. At this point, we extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Nkezi Nelson, I hope he's listening, for reintroducing vocational education at Cosmos High School. And this is the spirit we need: responsive, future-forward, and youth-focused. Well done, sir. With deep gratitude, I give thanks to the Lord of Heaven's armies for lifting me into this calling. It has always been you, Lord. May I serve and sanctify your name in this house. To my late grandparents, Esther Abraham Vasileni and Thomas Moses Shinana, your prayers were not in vain. I stand here because of you. To the Youth Power Group, now VYG, thank you for teaching me to be a visionary youth. To the Affirmative Repositioning Movement, AR, thank you for believing in me and giving me this platform to serve. To our activist-in-chief, Okanakom Boni, Professor Dr. Job Shipuro Ampanda, whose brilliance my father once likened to a rare gem forged in the fires of wisdom and courage. A leader molded not just by intellect, but by an unshakable commitment to justice. A revolutionary mind of our time, whose words echo in our mind, Indeed, true struggle is never abandoned by real fighters. Thank you for leading with purpose. To my favorite person, my dearest husband, Chem, thank you for being tough and gentle at the same time. So you have been my strength and you make the hard days bearable. To my father, Vinny Haikola, my biggest fan, that issue wango, you are the best dad I could ever ask for. To my mother, Matilde Shinana, indeed, to my family friends, just to mention few, the Haukongos, the Kalomos, Chopo, Padelia, Nita, Tusu, Lucas, and Sunday, Raquel, the list goes on. Fellow youth, be assured that everything we touch in this house becomes better. We will tear apart what does not work and build what will work. A budget that ignores the youth cannot be supported. I rise with a heavy heart to say I do not support this budget because it has failed the youth. I quote, to win the future, we must place youth development in the center, says Prof. Job Shipuluampanda. Let us begin with facts. Recent statistics produced by NSA stated that young people under the age of 35 made up 71% of total population. This demographic majority means that the youth are not a minority group, but the face of the nation. Therefore, every national challenge affecting Namibia should be assessed through the lens of this dominant youth population, because their realities define the country's future. This budget claims to prioritize the youth, yet the youth ministry's budget vote is not even in the top 10 allocations. However, it offers the construction of 2 stadiums, and this is not youth development. Is that our solution to 71% of Namibians being youth? Is building stadium the answer to a national crisis of unemployment and skills mismatch? There is no target funding to address the skills mismatch or support strategic skills acquisition. We are producing thousands of graduates, yet industry continue to say our youth lack the skills they need. Why are we allowing institutions to offer courses that the market cannot absorb? There must be intake limits based on real economy realities. All in all, the budget does not include concrete plans to address graduate unemployment, skills alignment with industry, semi and unskilled unemployed Namibians. Tell me, how is this budget allocation going to empower a grade 5 dropout in Otamanzi constituency who in his entire life only have a Namibian ID and a voter's card? A good budget is not just numbers, it is strategy. So, what are the realities on the ground? Returning funds to Treasury, as one constituency councillor recently celebrated on radio, is not a sign of prudence, it's a sign of incompetence. That money could have curbed unemployment or improved the local school. It would have done something in that region. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, to effectively reduce soaring unemployment rate, especially among our youth, the government must be deliberate in attracting investors to set up labor-intensive industry within our borders. We must ask, where are the factories? One strategic area is the establishment of textile and garment factories. This industry has the potential to employ thousands of unskilled and semi-skilled workers with minimum training required. Countries like Ethiopia and Bangladesh have used this model to absorb large numbers of unemployed citizens. Why can't Namibia? Honorable Speaker, honorable members, let us talk about skills mismatch. We must ask, why are institutions offering courses for which there is no market in Namibia? We propose that all tertiary institutions conduct labor market research with industries. Intake for oversaturated programs must be kept. Industry input become mandatory in curriculum design. This budget is also gender blind. Budgeting must reflect real lives. It is a norm that every ministry must integrate gender-responsive planning. However, only 2 ministries, urban and gender, explicitly presented gender considerations in their budget. That is not enough. Let's talk about unpaid care workers, a group whose contribution is often invisible yet deeply essential. A study done by Mohotsi et al. 2023 on older persons and community care in Namibia reveals that 60% of elderly people are female, and an overwhelming 95% of the unpaid care workers are also female. These are women, often family members, who dedicate their time to care for elderly women, often family members who dedicate their time to care for the elderly, the sick, and people living with disabilities. Without any form of remuneration, unpaid care work has far-reaching implications. It hinders women from pursuing paid employment, professional development, or even personal growth. It limits them to private space where their labor, through critical, is neither recognized nor compensated. In most cases, the only source of income in this caregiving household is the grant received by elderly or disabled person, which is insufficient to meet both their needs and those of the caregiver. Let us compare this. In former institutions such as old age homes, cleaners, nurses, and social workers are doing the same, but they are being paid. Therefore, unpaid care work must no longer be treated as charity or duty. It is work, and it must be valued as such. We must begin the conversation about budgeting for and compensating unpaid caregivers. Their contribution sustains family, communities, and even the health care system. So, Honorable Speaker, let us also address the silent but persistent injustice, the lack of budgetary provision for sanitary pads. If the government is budgeting for condoms and other sexual reproductive materials, why not free pads for unemployed women and for young girls in school? I submit.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Garonda.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yes, the red button is on. My name is Velasquez Garonda. I was born in Chibarongo on the 8th of November, some many years ago. And it was in Chibarongo where I was introduced to NANSO as a student and the Swabo Youth League.
Don't clear too soon.
And while there, of course, I, like all of us, would look for places to go to school. I went to Swakopmund to continue my schooling, continue my work with NANSO and Swabo Youth League. And I met an old man by the name of Obi Ushona, at whose residence we would always have the late night meetings with the likes of Bernard Esau, the likes of Alpheus Naruse and others, Kapere, Asa, and many others. That's my generation. Anyway, so from student activism, I joined the National Union of Namibian Workers. And it was during my stay at the NNW that I got to work closely with a new breed of leadership, the Liangurares, the Tobia Upindis, the Elifas Dingaras, the Justina Jonas. Yes, indeed. So that's me. Politically, I was shaped by SWAPO. but I am the president of the first ever political party to be established in this country. And I have worked in this party knowing that those who were there before me, among others, was Comrade Nshavi Vey, the very first Namibian to be imprisoned at Robben Island. I am not too sure if Ampanda teaches that at university. For this, I am eternally indebted to the visionary leadership of Dr. Tangeni Yambo. I'm sure some of you would know him. Comrade Mubatera and Jordan Siririka. And of course, the exceptionally outstanding work of Honorable Usuthoyema Mberwa, whom I regard as one of Namibia's most preeminent lawmakers. For the first time in a long while, the workers of our country will have a voice in the lawmaking chambers, and I'm sure I can count on a great number of the honorable members of this august House to push the working class agenda forward. Namibia's persisting socio-economic challenges have their historic roots in colonialism, racism, apartheid, sexism, and a repressive labor regime. 35 years since the fall of apartheid colonialism, our society remains stratified along the lines of the apartheid capitalist social architecture.
Yes, yes.
It is on this architecture that the Namibian economy is primarily divided between white affluence and black poverty. This duality is acutely present in all major facets of Namibian lives and manifestly seen in the rural-urban dichotomy, as well as in the formal and informal urban split. The fact that rural Namibia is characteristically underdeveloped, primitive in its socialization and accumulation, is exclusively black. It is no accident of history, but a calculated outcome of the separate development philosophy of apartheid capitalism. Namibia's urban peripheries, also known as the informal settlement, have experienced rapid growth since independence. In other words, there are more people living in shacks on the peripheries of Namibia's urban towns than there were at independence. Our people seek to escape rural poverty by migrating to urban towns in the hope of finding jobs, but as soon as they arrive, they realize that there are no jobs for them, and life is even far worse than the one from which they had hoped to escape. Honorable members, just as the face of rural poverty is black, the face of urban poverty and informal settlements is also black. The face of youth unemployment is black, and so is the face of every Namibian affected by the recent floods and the consequent displacements. The face of landlessness is black. Otororoka in Wolfish Bay, Tarakaiwes in Ochivarongo, DRC in Swakopmund, Achterland, Havana, and many more in Windhoek are informal settlements inhabited by black Namibians. In a country led by their fellow black brothers and sisters who during election campaigns promise to improve their living conditions and create employment, but fall prey to the trappings of public office wealth and comfort. Black Namibians live like second-class citizens in their own country. 35 years after independence, and from one generation to the next, all they bequeath to one another is squalor and heightened indigence. Honorable Speaker, it is evident that the class formations found in informal settlements on the peripheries of our urban towns and those found in rural Namibia are identical. But the reproduction of these class formations takes place in rural Namibia. Therefore, it goes without much saying that the best place to start, if we are serious about poverty eradication, industrial development, and employment creation, is rural Namibia. In other words, it is impossible to address poverty, landlessness, and unemployment without first tackling the economic freedom of black Namibians. Namibia urgently needs a strong and vibrant black middle class around which a different social accumulation and therefore poverty eradication strategy can be built. The national budget must be weaponized to deliberately build this black middle class and push the economic freedom of black Namibians to the fore. All of this must be driven by the state as an active participant in the economy, taming the invisible hand of the market, and securing affirmative distribution of resources. The black Namibian in the rural areas must be assisted so as to use their properties, especially their houses, in any commercial transactions of their choosing, while at the same time efforts to bring capital development projects, industrial projects to rural areas are intensified. Formalization of the informal sector must ride on the back of this and not precede it. You cannot formalize informal settlements in urban towns without addressing the root cause of informality, which is, again, the informal rural settings. Our economy remains in white hands, and this perpetuates historical networks that undermine the probability of the economic freedom of black Namibians, and without destroying this white supremacist corporate superstructure, we can never economically free the black Namibians. In short, the means of production and power remain concentrated in white capitalist hands on the one hand and foreigners on the other. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is no longer enough for the people of our country to be reduced to salary earners. The workers must, as part of the necessary wealth redistributive agenda, become shareholders of the companies for which they work, using our natural resources as their leverage in these investments. The fisheries and marine resources, as well as the mining sector, are a good place to start this type of wealth redistribution and the building of a black middle class. On this score, we fully support the obtaining rhetoric of Her Excellency the President, Netumbo Ndaitwa, to the effect that the natural resources of Namibia belong to and must benefit all Namibians. This policy pronouncement must be accompanied by decisive action and become the very basis of redistribution and economic freedom. The time to establish an employment creation fund, because it's pointless to talk about employment creation when you don't support it with money. The time to establish an employment creation fund has come. It is one thing to complain about youth unemployment, but certainly another to put action in motion. Our thinking is that, and this is an example, our thinking is that government must make money available, and that for every $5 the government puts into the fund, employers of the private sector must be required to put $3, and the workers must be required to put at least $1. In addition to managing the properties of government, perhaps State House can also take on this employment creation portfolio. Through the establishment of this proposed fund, Swanu believes that the employment creation question will become a pillar around which the country's economic policies will revolve. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the global economic pandemonium started by the American president is projected to dampen any hopes of economic recovery. In this sense, prospects of economic growth are becoming more and more out of reach, which begs the question as to whether there are any fresh negotiations between SACU and the US which could potentially result in a lowering of its common external tariffs. If this happens, it will naturally reduce SACU's revenue pool, which in turn will affect what Namibia gets from that pool. Has this eventuality been factored into the budget? Namibia's export earnings will most certainly be negatively affected, which in turn, of course, will affect tax collection. There are strong predictions of an imminent global recession, which will invariably slow down the projected growth as outlined in the budget statement. Honourable Minister, if at all possible, help us understand if your projections are still solid, and if not, are there any plans in place to finance the operational expenditures and the development projects? How does this play out on public debt servicing? Already as it is, Honourable Minister, you spoke of a decrease in SACU revenue during the current financial year. Yet there seems to be an unhealthy over-reliance on the SACU receipts to fund the current budget. Is this sustainable, especially in the medium to long term? Do we have any plans to deal with the steady decline in SACU revenue? On the expenditure side, honourable members, of the 106 billion Namibian dollars allocated for this purpose, 75.2% of the total budget is allocated to the wage bill, as well as to subsistence and travelling allowance. It is disheartening to note that this practice, which has persisted for the past 35 years, do not match the overall public sector productivity. To help deal with the persistent problem of productivity, we feel compelled to moot the idea of establishing a national productivity center as a matter of urgency. Countries such as Botswana, Kenya, Singapore, to mention but three, have long established these centers, and over time it is evident that there's something they are doing differently from us, and that I think speaks to the presence of such centers in their countries. We must adopt a culture of getting value for our dollars and eliminate wastage. The puny allocation of 12.4% of the total budget to the development budget feels like a cold winter slap across the face. Swanu had hoped for an expansionary and pro-poor budget. Thank you. Very good, sir.
Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker Katamelo, the surname is Venani. Venani, who do they have? Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, my contribution this afternoon is not a mere budgetary contribution, but rather a call to attention in respect of our crisis. I rise this afternoon to welcome my dear brother and honestly and sincerely welcome you, Elia Gurare. You've come a very long way. I hope we'll go a long way. But I must tell you that I am going to put you to the highest test of standards. Not because you are a new Prime Minister, but because you are a leader who has been alive to the socio-economic conditions that confront our people. In that regard, you are not new. You are only new in the House, but you are not new to leadership. Many years ago, nearly 20 years ago, I and you was in a particular country. I don't want to mention it for diplomatic purposes, but all of us agreed that our country should not take that route. I rise to address ministers on a crisis of courage, a crisis of continuity, somehow that I would term a crisis of vision. President Netumbo Ndaitwah started off very well, tactically, as a politician, to posit our country, fewer ministers, brilliant people,
But at strategy, which is the budget, she has not done anything to move away from the previous years of budgeting. And here stands a man, a statesman who has served nearly 5 presidents of our country. And I have listened to manifestos of that side of the aisle year in, year out. They have not changed our country. What needs to be done? Honorable Deputy Speaker, in 1750, 1760, the Europeans, nearly 4 centuries ago, started the Industrial Revolution, exacerbated it by the monolithic revolution of agricultural modernization. Nearly 35 years ago, the Asian tigers, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and what have you, have propelled a strategic vision for their countries to be able to put those economies at a different trajectory. Take Namibia, 35 years after independence. A great country, I must say, and we must be patriotic to this country. It is one of the greatest African countries that we have. It is probably the only country that does not have load shedding. Let's give credit where it is due. It is the only country, nearly one of the few countries on the African continent, and I have been around and I've lived. I've been 3 times around the world. It's the only country that has a reclamation plan where you can drink tap water. Those are successes that we should never downplay. But while we are having these eminent successes, we are a country where we have an unemployment rate of more than 56%. We are a country where our fellow black Namibians, don't blame it on COVID. We are a country where 40% of our Namibian population have no access to toilets. We are a country where corruption reigns supreme, and whom you know in this country determines what your future will be. Those are the things that we must change for a better country. Prime Minister, I'm going to hold you to a higher standard than the mere photos that you are taking with vulnerable groups, because I have not seen, and I want to challenge Cabinet, I have not seen a Cabinet Lekotla or a meeting that has taken 2 weeks discussing a new strategy for Namibia. The current strategy that you are pursuing, the perpetuation, will not change Namibia, will not put Namibia at a different trajectory to promote socio-economic development in this country. Europe, 4 centuries ago, has industrialized. Today they have advanced themselves in green energy. They have advanced themselves in various fields. Where are we? 35 years after independence. We are a country that cannot produce boots for our soldiers. We are a country that cannot produce uniforms for our people. Are we saying we have a lack of seamstresses? Are we saying we have a lack of manpower? There is a lack of will to industrialize. There is a lack of will to manufacture. There is a lack of will, and that lack of will must be addressed, honorable colleagues. This country is my country as well as it's your country. In my party, for many years we are singing a song. In Swapo you are singing a song, you say, Namibia Oretu. How can this country be ours? If our own countrymen and women are suffering and we are there, right there at the center, at the nexus of governance, and we are not changing the lives of the people. I see many of you, young parliamentarians, are very excited to make nice speeches here. I've listened to many speeches in this house. I've made damn good speeches in this house. But the country has not changed. What we need is a new strategy. My dear sister Erika Shafuta, we met at various airports. We discussed many challenges of our country. But I tell you one thing. If this country pursue a policy where we spend 2.5% of our national GDP on agriculture and spend close to 6% of our GDP on defense and the securocrats, we will not have a country that creates jobs for the young. We will not have a country that creates food security for our country. We must invest in agriculture. It is a failure of government. It is a failure of the administration not to have strategically posited agriculture at the center of our national growth. Go to Algeria today. Go to Morocco today. I've visited this country. Morocco is expanding every year 100,000 hectares on drip irrigation. Every year, annually. The minister of that country took me around. When are we going to dream, to dare to dream, to make the desert green again? When are we going to dream to make Kavango a green revolution, mechanized agriculture, to be able to bring prosperity to this country? My friends, Minister Erika Shafuda, this country 35 years after independence is printing its currency. Our national currency is printed and minted in South Africa.
In France.
35 years later, have we positioned Namibia as a destination of manufacturing? We can make all good speeches, and I have created a very good speech here. But I tell you, if we are not changing strategy, if we are not changing focus, we are claiming that we are addressing youth as a priority. The SWAPO manifesto says sports, blah, blah, blah. You are giving 1.2 billion. You are joking. Our country needs a new rethinking. And all of us must stand together on the front line of dreaming a country that can be able to change Africa. There is a huge potential, mind you, with the African Continental Free Trade Area, with the advantages that Namibia has with a very small population. And I agree with Honorable Netumbo Ndaitwa, President Netumbo Ndaitwa, my dear mother, that she says we are too few to be poor. She's very correct in that assessment. But what is the strategy behind that assessment? Continuity? Continuity will not change Namibia. What needs to be done is to have a different strategy, a strategy that takes our country going forward. I don't want to criticize the housing sector. The housing sector cannot be achieved while a plot in academia costs $1 million. Why? Because of the economic forces. 1,000 people are bidding for one earth. What do you think that earth is going to cost? Instead of us giving equity in the hands of the poor for people at Umbayale Atotina, give them those heavens for free so that they access land. The minute that they access land, they can be able to build their houses. Go to Axteland, some parts of Axteland where there were shacks 4 or 5 years ago, people are already building their homes. The problem is that people do not have the capacity to build homes. They have the capacity, but who is listening to them for them to have access to land? If you do not have access to land, even if you have the money, you can have nowhere to build your house. How is the city of Windhoek benefiting from the shack dwellers? Zero. We have to rethink a new Namibia, re-hope and re-dream a new Namibia. A budget that addresses continuity cannot be supported. We must start rethinking a new strategy that takes our country to greater heights. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Bakera.
It is my Doctor, may I? It is my honor to present my very first contribution to this August House as per Rule 91 of the Standing Rules and Orders. I'd like to take this moment to thank the Namibian nation that have demonstrated their trust in the SWAPO party by voting the party into power, and in doing so to ensure that we have seen an historical sworn-in of the first ever female president of our republic. In the same vein, by putting their trust in the SWAPO party, Namibians equally have sent me to the 8th Parliament to represent them. Marlene Bakera was born and bred in Ochiwarongo, like Honorable Karunda, raised by a single mother, a strong believer of God, a courageous woman, Renate Timpes, and born between 3 siblings, Richard, Serolda, and my baby sis, Olivia. Our childhood was not rosy. My mom had to give up our house and move to Windhoek as she wanted to become an enrolled nurse. We had been divided into family homes of my mom. development. When we have placed decision-making authority and resources closer to the people, we create a responsive, inclusive, participatory democracy and service delivery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, that is why I stand in this House today to make a call for the establishment of a predictable, transparent and needs-based funding model for local authorities in Namibia. A model that will ensure regular and formula-based fiscal transfers that considers population size, poverty levels, infrastructure needs and capacity. Clear rules and roles in intergovernmental fiscal relation, enhancing coordination between central, regional and local government. Capacity building to support financial management, planning and accountability at local level. Strong legal framework that protects the fiscal autonomy and integrity of local authorities while ensuring performance-based outcomes. Municipalities are burdened with heavy mandate, but this challenge of limited resources. It is time we correct the contradiction. It is time for the Parliament to chart a new path, a path that recognizes that municipalities are not junior partners, but essential players on front line of progress. When taps run dry, when waste piles up, when roads become deteriorated, our people are turning to the municipalities. Prioritizing their funding, the funding for municipalities is not an act of generosity, but a constitutional obligation to protect the dignity of every citizen through reliable and timelessly service delivery. Such funding will restore trust in our government, promote civic pride and inspire community participation. Today, many municipalities are forced to charge high tariffs just to stay afloat. This places an unbearable burden on the very people we need to serve. A special funding model would allow municipalities to reduce service costs, making essentials like water, sanitation, waste collection affordable. With a targeted funding model, development becomes concentrated in already affluent areas, while smaller towns and rural communities are left behind. Honorable members, Deputy Speaker, another thorn in the flesh of our municipalities are the cost of water. NAMODA is charging the municipalities between $15 Namibian to $17 Namibian per cubic. The municipalities more or less charge prepaid consumers $27 Namibian per cubic, $34 Namibian per conventional meter household consumer, and around $50 Namibian for businesses, excluding VAT. People in the informal settlements are paying $55 Namibian, but that also includes small cost of refuse removal and rent for land. The municipality also spends a lot of money on water infrastructure damage due to low water quality. Water is full of lime these days. While NAMODA is claiming that their water tariffs are on cost recovery basis, municipalities cannot even break even. Some municipalities are getting a 900,000 bill from NAMODA, while they are charging their people 350 to 400 to the consumers. The rest is water loss or uncounted water usage, mainly due to infrastructural damage. Water has become unaffordable. Many municipalities owe NAMODA millions of dollars, and such debt continue to grow. Community members owe municipalities are running to debt collectors make millions, and our people remain at the receiving end of it. Municipalities cannot even afford to give social tariffs to pensioners or vulnerable community, or incentives to the businesses. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, let me cut. We must be mindful that through establishments of rates, municipalities have suffered loss of revenue. Municipalities are only relying on land sales to survive. If they make land expensive, housing will become unaffordable, like it is in the case. Municipalities are bleeding. Soon they will not be able to afford salaries. Therefore, I would want to see that the 8th Parliament considers establishment of special municipal funds. Such funds will not be about creating bureaucracy, but about breathing life into the constitutional vision of decentralization. Let the history remember that it was this Parliament, this generation of leaders that boldly prioritized the people closest to the ground. Let us give lifeline to our municipalities by funding them, it is really necessary. In conclusion, I want to take this moment to thank my husband, Percy, and my 3 boys, Kurungunda, Waumba, and Katangwe, for understanding my passion to serve, for their patience with me and their unconditional support. Without your support and understanding, I would not be here today. My uncle who did not live to see this day, Ome, may your beautiful soul rest in peace. My Ukamp family, my Tsipep and Pakera family, Nganusep family, my friends, thank you for being in my corner all the time. I equally want to thank my governor, I don't know where he went, Honorable James Werikwa, who have held my hand during my tenure. Ojezonjupa Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, Comrade Ims Namasep, here I am, and I want to say hi to you. Thank you for being in my support all the time. And thank you and congratulations to you all members of the 8th Parliament, and may we do what we came to do here. I thank you.
Last, my honor to give to the last speaker of the day, Dr. Meg Albert, that's the name, Hengari. Also take note, Doctor, we know you are saying it's maiden speech. You are together, but maiden speech, uninterrupted.
Deputy Speaker, I am lucky to be addressing the August House as the last person because everyone is tired. So they want me to finish and get out. I'm also extremely lucky not to have followed after Honorable Lucato or my fellow minister here. So I will be allowed to deliver a very dry speech, I suspect. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I will take this opportunity to first, through you, congratulate the Speaker upon her election, a historic election as the first woman Speaker of this august House. As it stands now, because of our party's commitment to gender equality, 2 branches of state, the executive and now the legislature, are led by women. And I also wish to congratulate fellow honorable members, especially on the other side of the House. I think they feel a little bit more comfortable in numbers. I'm not so sure whether it's just a matter of quantity or quality, but we shall see. That's not provocation, is it? I rise to address this august House with a deep sense of humility. Humility because this particular House where we are gathered is a locus of our greatest tragedy and also our greatest triumph. Tragedy in the sense that this House in which we are gathered was built by survivors of the genocide as slave labor. The survivors of the genocides against the Hereros and Namas that were here at the Alta Feste. Even after 1908, when the concentration camps were supposedly closed, they had nowhere to go, and they were used as slave labor to build this house and the church that you see, and many of the buildings that you see from the colonial era. So this house is a locus of that particular tragedy. It is also a locus of our greatest triumph as a people, because it is in this house that the members of the Constituent Assembly unanimously passed our national constitution on the 9th of February 1990. That allows us to sit in this house as a free people. So it is with that sense of humility that I address this house from that point of view. I rise also with a great sense of gratitude to my life partner, Zelna. She doesn't like me calling her partner, she likes me calling her wife, but we have different perspectives, whose love and support I have enjoyed since the day we met. Incidentally, we met in New York, not even in Namibia. I'm also deeply grateful to my sons, Yame, who is no more, certainly no more, and his brother Nopenda, as well as my daughter Yoroka. As parents, we borrow time and everything from the next generation. You are sitting here, it's past 6, you are borrowing time from your children, and that's what we do. And we have no ability to repay them. When we mismanage the resources of a country as lawmakers, if we mismanage the time that way we need to spend time making laws to change the course of the direction of our country, we are borrowing from the future generation a debt which we shall not be able to repay. My family and friends are too many to mention, and all of them too important to single out anyone. Now, in Oshiherero, there is actually no word for thank you. We say okuheta, which essentially translates into it is because I need. Now, my friends at Debra will say you guys are ingrate for not having a word for thank you. Because if it were not for my need, I would not have come to ask for your assistance or something like that. So the leading cultural historian, Honorable Renan, is sitting here. He can also assist me in that regard. But I'm dead sure that there is no word for thank you in that sense. So I cannot, therefore, thank Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for the honor that she bestowed upon me in appointing me as the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform. The only way I can repay that debt of honor is through excellent service to the Namibian people, informed by the foundational values of our republic, unity, liberty and justice, and also the foundational values of our party, solidarity, freedom and justice. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, indulge me a little if I point out that the foundational values of our party is something that we share with a number of people in this house. Honorable Swalpoe and his LPM colleagues share these values. Honorable Amupanda and his AR colleagues share this value. That's not a value for us. Honorable Ipumbu and his Shiramwe colleagues share this they also share this particular value. I would not be rude enough to mention Honorable Karonda, because all I would then be able to say is that cross the floor. Honorable members, cross the floor and come back home. I actually for a moment thought that Honorable Lucato had crossed the floor when he came over. But it was a short-lived sense of rejoice. And last but not least, someone who shares these values and also spend a lot of time discussing them with me is a brother and a comrade of mine who is lost somewhere in Shandubala. He dresses in a particular way, so if you do see him, just show him where home is. and of course his IPC, colleagues. Is that correct? Deputy Speaker,
Maiden speech.
Deputy Speaker, Bishop Dumeni once told me that Okumwena, Okuzumina. I did seek their indulgence, and they were silent. Okumwena, Okuzumina. You agreed with my request. I must say that Honorable Venani must feel that it is very unfair to play against the premier team of SWAPO party on this side of the house, supported by our lower division teams on that side of the house. Honorable Speaker,
Thanks for the, honorable members, thanks for the indulgence. I'll get back to my maiden speak as it were. I do not know how many of us here know that our founding president, the late Sam Nujoma, was the only leader of a liberation movement at the formation of the non-aligned movement in Belgrade in 1961. He flew from Accra with Yosan Jeffo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, to Belgrade. Ghana, as you all know, was the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to gain independence, and it was an inspiration to us all. The Yosan Jeffo had one dictum, that he would preach to all the liberation movements and the parties of independence. Seek ye first the political kingdom. Seek ye first the political kingdom. We did that. We followed that dictum to the letter and secured political independence for Namibia. We used that political power to build national institutions that have enduring value to this day. I hasten to add that some of us might forget, some amongst us might forget, that for 10 years, and even beyond 10 years, based on the Ottendal Plan, we had Bandustans that were reinforced by an election in 1972 that brought the DTA to power in ethnic administration. In 1978, for 10 years, we had division within this country. In 1990, when we took power, we had to build a unified public service from that division. I want to mention a particular institution with which I had a long association, and that is the University of Namibia. As one of those institutions that we created in 1992, if you were Namibian, whether black or white, you needed to go to South Africa or in exile if you wanted to obtain tertiary education. In 1992, we built a national university, and its products are here in front of us. Today he's a visiting professor at a university in a country of our erstwhile colonial masters. That speaks to the quality of our own products. When we say another one rises, Honorable Swartboy, from a mere movement, he builds a political voice. He's a graduate of what? A law graduate from UNA. And many of you here in this house. So, honorable members, don't try and bury us in the sand in a forlorn hope that by doing so, you will hide our achievements as a liberation movement and a party of government. We have done a lot. We shall continue to do a lot. In service to the Namibian people, we as a governing party has achieved a lot, and our best days are yet to come, because we are the only motive force of the Namibian revolution, not a yarn. Honorable members, our president is the last of the big beast. The people that drank from the well of wisdom of African leaders like Mwalimu Nyerere. She has seen and experienced what works and what doesn't work. And therefore, when she declares that from now on it's business as usual, take her very seriously. We are indeed too few to be poor, and you shall see the difference in practical terms.
Deputy Speaker.
Order, Maiden speech. Maiden speech. Continue, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, my values, I undertook a journey in 1983 from here to the north as an activist of Nansol. I passed through ancestral lands that are no more in our hands. And I came and experienced the indignity at Oshivelo. We are coming to this house because Cabinet has taken a decision that my ministry need to develop an ancestral land policy that will inform the resettlement, our resettlement program. We will come to this house. We'll also come to this house because Cabinet has a strategy in mind in terms of removing the red line and the indignity that goes with it, as we know. So, when President Netumbo,
Please, you are wasting time. You are wasting time. You are wasting time. You are wasting time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, we'll edge. We'll edge. No, we'll edge. We are doing the we'll edge. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Tell your constituents that when President Netumbo says it's business unusual, she means it and we mean it. We'll meet next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That said and done brings us to the end of business. Just wanted to reaffirm whether every member has received a declaration form. No. Honorable members, no. I'm just asking, are you poor? Has every member received the declaration form? Thank you, that is my question. That's said and done in terms of Rule 155. I herewith adjourn the House until tomorrow, the 17th of April at 9 o'clock sharp. 9 o'clock tomorrow. The House stands adjourned. Read Rule 155. When I speak, listen.